Hey guys, tonight we tumble back into the grit and grind of the Wild West, a land of saloons, six-shooters, and deeply questionable hygiene. You might think you'd thrive out here with a cowboy hat and some dusty boots, but let's be real, you probably wouldn't survive a single sunrise. The morning starts early, like painfully early. Roosters don't wait for your circadian rhythm to align. You're jolted awake by their aggressive squawking and the smell of dust so thick it should probably have its own postal code. You roll off your makeshift bed, essentially a bag of straw with commitment issues, and immediately regret not sleeping in your boots. Something scurries out from under the blanket. You hope it's just a mouse? It probably isn't. You stumble toward what counts as a bathroom, a wooden outhouse that leans like it's had a long night at the saloon. The wind whips through the gaps in the slats, offering a generous cross breeze of last week's mistakes. You grip the rickety door and glance inside. Congratulations. It's a single hole over a pit and a generous colony of flies. There's no paper. There is, however, a Sears catalog with half the pages torn out. You do what must be done. Historically speaking, outhouses were everywhere, but rarely cleaned. Germ theory wasn't quite mainstream yet. Many believed bad air was the culprit behind disease, not the fact that everyone shared a glorified wooden box full of, well, let's move on. Historians still argue whether people genuinely preferred using corn cobs over paper, or whether that's just a cruel myth invented to unsettle the future. Once your eyes stop watering from both the smell and the early morning air, you take in your surroundings. Dust swirls across the yard like tiny tornadoes. You hear a creaky windmill trying to convince everyone it's still functional. A few chickens strut around judging you with tiny, accusatory stares. You nod solemnly at one of them. It doesn't nod back. Getting dressed is an adventure. There's no closet, only a hook with yesterday's clothes, which are also last week's clothes. You slap the shirt a few times to dislodge any sleeping spiders. Your boots are stiff with the personality of dried jerky. Your hat has seen things, and your only mirror is a cracked shard of glass balanced precariously on a shelf. You wander toward the main street. Actually, it's more of a mud track with aspirations. A horse trots past you, completely unsupervised. You wonder briefly if it has errands to run. The general store opens with a creak that could double as a horror movie soundtrack. Its window proudly displays soap, sometimes in stock. You make a mental note to investigate that mystery later. By now, you're already tired, the air is dry, your nose is full of dust, and your stomach is starting to grumble. But don't worry, we'll get to breakfast in a moment, and you're going to regret that too. But before we saddle up into this absurd, itchy journey, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. I love seeing who's drifting off with me around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step out into the light, squinting, with your boots crunching on dry earth, and your mind already wondering why you didn't just stay in bed. But don't worry, you'll miss that straw mattress soon enough. Because next up, breakfast in the Wild West. And let's just say it's more survival than continental. Your stomach growls like an impatient raccoon as you trudge toward the shack that dares to call itself a kitchen. It's not exactly a culinary haven, more like a sun-bleached box where hunger goes to die. A rusty skillet hangs on the wall, probably used last night and last week and last year, all without soap. There's a bucket of something that might have once been water, though it now resembles the kind of broth haunted dreams are made of. Breakfast is on the stove, if you can call it that. A battered tin pot bubbles ominously, with a stew of beans so overcooked they could be classified as a geological layer. The cook, a gruff woman with one eyebrow and the gaze of someone who's tamed bears, hands you a plate. On it, 3 beans, a biscuit hard enough to double as a weapon, and coffee that tastes suspiciously like boiled despair. Historically, frontier breakfasts were simple and often depressing. Beans, biscuits, and black coffee were staples, none of them fresh, and all of them dry. Eggs? Only if you had chickens. Bacon? Only if the pig survived the winter. Most cowboys and settlers subsisted on whatever didn't try to run away when they reached for it. As for flour, it often came infested with weevils, tiny protein-rich bugs that added texture whether you wanted them or not. You take a bite of the biscuit and immediately regret your life choices. It's more rock than bread, with a delightful note of dust and nostalgia. The coffee scalds your tongue, but you keep sipping because it's the only thing standing between you and falling face first into a pile of hay. You try not to think about what's floating in the cup. It could be grounds. It could be something else. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. There's no sugar? Of course not. Sugar is expensive. You could try molasses, but that's reserved for people with horses, political power, or teeth, none of which you currently possess. You chew slowly, each bite a mix of flavor and existential dread. A fellow diner across the table grins, revealing exactly 3 teeth and a story in each one. He offers you a bite of his biscuit. You politely decline, unsure whether it's an act of friendship or a threat. He shrugs and dips it into his coffee anyway. The biscuit survives. You begin to suspect it might be indestructible. Fringe records from lesser-known diaries describe desperate meals that included roasted dandelions, fried cactus pads, and even boiled leather in especially rough winters. Historians still argue whether tales of eating saddle straps during droughts were metaphor or deeply unfortunate fact. Outside, the sun is rising higher, and the temperature along with it. The smell of coffee, smoke, and livestock forms a scent cocktail you'll be remembering long after this dream fades. Chickens scream, dogs bark at invisible ghosts, and someone yells about a missing boot. A normal morning. Apparently, you try to stand, but your spine disagrees. That bed really did a number on you. You stretch, groan, and knock over your tin cup in the process. The cook glares at you. You nod solemnly. She nods back, but you feel like you've narrowly escaped being turned into soup yourself. You leave the kitchen still hungry, a bit stunned, and clutching half a biscuit in your coat pocket like it's a precious gemstone. Spoiler, it's not going to get any better from here. As you wander back into the dusty heart of town, your stomach still grumbling, and your taste buds mourning the concept of flavor. You realize it's only 8 a.m. The day hasn't even started. You sigh, adjust your hat, and squint up at the sun, because now it's time to find water. And as you'll soon discover, that's somehow even more difficult than finding a soft chair. Water. You wouldn't think something so simple could become such a problem. But here, in the scorched bones of the Wild West, finding a decent drink is like asking a rattlesnake for a hug. It's not impossible, just ill-advised. You shuffle toward the nearest well, a wooden structure that looks like it might collapse if you breathe too hard near it. The crank creaks like it has personal grudges, and the rope's been chewed by something with very sharp teeth and poor hydration habits. You give it a try anyway. Down goes the bucket. There's a long pause. Then, splash. Progress. You reel it back up, hand over hand, muscles sore from doing basically nothing. And there it is. A few inches of warm, slightly brownish water. You're parched, but even you hesitate. You squint into the bucket like it might confess its sins. The surface shimmers. Something moves. Might just be a leaf. Might also be a lizard. You close your eyes and drink. Frontier water sources were a gamble at best. Wells, creeks, barrels catching rain. All could be tainted. And yet people drank it, because what else was there? Filtering was rare. Boiling meant using firewood that might be needed for cooking, and bottled water hadn't been invented yet. Dysentery, cholera, and typhoid were constant threats. Historians still argue whether people really knew how dangerous their water was, or if they simply accepted constant diarrhea as a lifestyle. You wipe your mouth and blink back tears, whether from thirst, dust, or regret. Who's to say? Your stomach gurgles, and not in a good way. You begin to understand why so many Wild West memoirs have large sections dedicated to intestinal episodes. Just then, you see a cowboy walk past with a ceramic jug slung over his shoulder. You nod at him. He nods back. You ask if he has any extra water. He opens the jug and takes a long swig. The scent of homemade moonshine wafts through the air, like a punch to the sinuses. You thank him and decline. He winks and tips his hat, staggering on his way. Desperate, you wander to the saloon. Surely they have something. You push open the swinging doors, the kind that always look cool in movies, but mostly serve to slam into your elbows. Inside, the air smells like sweat, tobacco, and spilled secrets. The bartender eyes you without blinking. You ask for a glass of water? He chuckles, then laughs, then slaps the counter and shouts, "Y'all hear that? He wants water." Laughter erupts. One man clutches his stomach and wheezes. Another falls off his stool. A third offers you a glass of lukewarm beer as close enough. You decline, again, and back out slowly, leaving your dignity behind. There were places where fresh water could be bought, especially if you were lucky enough to be near a river, or in mining towns with better infrastructure. But those were rare luxuries. Rain barrels collected water from rooftops. If it rained, cisterns existed, but were often poorly maintained. And once, a well went dry. It could take months to dig another. By mid-morning, your mouth feels like cotton dipped in sand. The sun is relentless. You spot a shallow stream just outside of town and run toward it. You drop to your knees, scoop up a handful, and freeze. In the shallows, something's floating. You don't ask. You just walk away. Thirsty, dusty, and more tired than you have any right to be at this hour. You drag yourself back into the shade of the blacksmith's awning. He offers you a sip of something in a tin cup. You don't know what it is, but it tastes vaguely of rust, mint, and despair. You decide that'll have to do for now. As you settle onto an overturned barrel and stare out at the shimmering heat, you begin to notice just how hard life really was out here. Not in the big, cinematic ways, but in the daily, slow, soul-wearing inconveniences. Just surviving the morning is a full-time job, and you haven't even held a gun yet. But don't worry, that's next. Your lips are cracked, your stomach's staging a protest, and you're starting to understand why old photos of cowboys never show them smiling. But now comes the moment you've been low-key waiting for: handling a gun. You make your way to the edge of town where a man named Clyde runs a firearms tutorial out of a barn that doubles as a chicken coop. Clyde has the leathery skin of someone who's wrestled more than one bad decision, and a mustache that probably has its own folklore. He greets you with a grunt and hands you a revolver. It's heavy, heavier than it looks in movies. Your wrist droops a little. You try to lift it heroically, but the trigger guard nips your finger and you drop it in the dust. Clyde squints at you. The chickens scatter. One of them cackles like it's judging your entire life. "Don't worry," Clyde mutters. "It ain't loaded." Then he loads it. Historically, Colt revolvers, like the .45 single-action army, were standard issue for many in the Wild West. Simple, durable, deadly. But despite Hollywood's obsession, most folks weren't walking around like gunslingers. Ammunition was expensive. Firing your weapon wasn't casual. It was a statement, a threat, or a really bad day. Clyde shows you how to aim. You do your best. You squeeze the trigger. Nothing happens. Turns out the safety's still on. And also, you're aiming at a hay bale that's been dead for years. When you finally fire, the kickback nearly sends the revolver flying. You yelp. Clyde doesn't blink. A chicken faints. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howls in shame. Gunfire is deafening. Your ears ring like church bells. You immediately regret every Western you've ever romanticized. The smell of burnt powder fills your nose, and your hand tingles like you just got a handshake from a lightning bolt. Now you try it one-handed, Clyde says, because he's a sadist. You decline politely and ask if you can learn something quieter, maybe roping, or card tricks, or how not to cry in front of strangers. But Clyde isn't done. He hands you a rifle. You brace it awkwardly, like a confused pelican holding a broom. You try to steady it. He points to a target, a battered tin can balanced on a fence post. You aim. You shoot. You miss the can, the fence, and possibly the entire state. You may have just startled a cactus into therapy. Fringe accounts suggest that many people in the Wild West never even owned guns. Some borrowed, some inherited, some pretended. Historians still argue whether the quick-draw culture was a widespread reality or just a sensationalized trope promoted by dime novels and traveling shows. After the lesson, which ends when you nearly drop the rifle on your foot, you thank Clyde, hand back the weapons, and limp toward town. The chickens watch you like you've lost a duel, which, to be fair, you kind of have. Back in the main street, the sun's higher, your ears are still ringing, and your hands smell like iron and shame. You consider taking a break on the porch of the general store, but a goat has claimed it as its personal throne, and you don't want to fight it. You sit instead on the hitching post, which is surprisingly smooth, and rub your aching wrist. Just then, a cow wanders past, unbothered, possibly mocking you. And you realize this is the Wild West. Guns, grit, goats, and ego bruises. But don't worry, you've got plenty of time to redeem yourself. Just as soon as you survive your first barbershop visit, which, in this town, includes surgery, dentistry, and enough whiskey to make you believe it'll be fine, you spot the striped pole before you spot the building. Red, white, and spinning lazily in the breeze like it has all the time in the world. Which it does. You, on the other hand, are about to entrust your face, and possibly your internal organs, to a man whose medical license might just be a coin he found in the dirt. Welcome to the barber shop, also known, in the Wild West, as the all-purpose human maintenance facility. Haircuts, tooth pulling, basic surgeries, and unsolicited life advice, all included in the same room, often using the same tools. There are no walls to separate the functions, no disinfectants, and definitely no anesthesia that doesn't taste like fire. Inside, it smells like hair oil, cigar smoke, and something vaguely metallic. A large man with an apron stained by mystery fluids waves you in. He smiles, revealing a single gold tooth, and pats the chair, a rickety throne of wood and leather that squeaks like it's harboring trauma. You sit. It wobbles. You clench. Haircut or something more? Invasive? He asks. You tell him you'd like a trim? He nods, then immediately starts talking about his side gig pulling molars. You nod politely and hope he sticks to your head and not your jaw. He begins snipping with scissors that might once have been tongs. The blades don't quite meet. They tear more than cut. Your scalp tingles with concern. He hums as he works, then pauses to swig from a brown bottle labeled only XXX. You briefly wonder if that's the brand or just a warning. Barbers in the 19th century were often the closest thing towns had to doctors. Known as barber surgeons, they performed bloodletting, tooth extractions, minor amputations, and stitched up bullet wounds, all without formal training. The barber pole itself symbolizes this gory past: red for blood, white for bandages, and the pole representing the stick patients gripped during procedures. Historians still argue whether this dual profession was born out of necessity or a disturbing level of overconfidence. Midtrim. Your barber points out a mole you've never seen before and offers to remove it real quick. You decline. He shrugs, as if saying, your funeral. A nearby shelf holds tools for everything from shaving beards to cutting tendons. You try not to look too closely, but you definitely see a rusty saw and something that might be a rib clamp. Halfway through your haircut, a dusty teenager bursts in, holding his bleeding hand. Snake bite, he gasps. The barber sighs, grabs a knife, and tells him to sit. You freeze mid-flinch. Are you next? Luckily, the barber waves you off. Sit tight. Won't take but a minute. He proceeds to cut the boy's hand open. Pour whiskey on it, then wrap it with a dishcloth. The boy thanks him and leaves. The barber goes back to trimming your bangs as though nothing just happened. The scissors find your ear, not in a friendly way. There's a brief snip, a sting, and a muttered, oops. You feel something warm trickle down your neck. The barber presses a bit of cloth against it and mutters that it'll stop eventually. You stare into the cracked mirror. You look different. Not better. Not worse. Just different. Slightly more windswept. Definitely more concerned. He finishes the job with a cloud of talcum powder that smells like a mixture of mint and grave dirt. You step off the chair, slightly dizzy, possibly from blood loss or the fumes. He tells you the total, 20 cents, or one tooth pulled in trade. You hand over the coins and back out slowly. Outside, the light feels a little too bright. Your scalp tingles. Your neck is sticky. You sit on a barrel and contemplate what just happened. A chicken walks by, takes one look at you, and lets out a skeptical cluck. Fair enough. Somewhere down the street, a bell rings. A fight's breaking out at the Telegraph office. You groan, not because you want to get involved, but because it's your next stop. And as you'll soon discover, even sending a message in the Wild West could lead to goat-related arguments and deeply questionable grammar. You follow the sound of bickering to the Telegraph office, a squat little shack wedged between the saloon and what might be a laundry, or possibly a moonshine bottling operation. Hard to tell. The building creaks as if it disapproves of your intentions. Inside, it's chaos. Two men are shouting over a counter, waving pieces of paper like battle flags. One of them is red-faced and wearing suspenders that have lost the will to suspend. The other is clutching a goat. Yes, a goat. You try to ignore that for now. The telegraph operator, a thin man with ink-stained sleeves and the hollow-eyed stare of someone who's heard far too many bad decisions dictated over wire, glances at you. If you ain't got exact wording, come back later, he says, voice flat and frayed, like a worn-out bootlace. You nod and grab a scrap of paper to write your message. You want to send something simple. Alive, dusty, send socks. But you're told that's too many words. Each one costs. You shorten it. Alive. Socks? The operator frowns. Clarify. Are you sending socks? Or do you need socks? You blink. He sighs and hands you another paper. Telegraphs weren't just primitive texts. They were lifelines. Expensive, terse, and limited by infrastructure. They demanded linguistic gymnastics. Every letter had to be transmitted via Morse code, then transcribed manually. And those doing the tapping, often exhausted, overworked, and slightly drunk. Historians still argue whether miscommunications in telegraphs changed the course of small-town feuds, or just provided fantastic gossip material. Behind you, the goat lets out a bleat. You turn to find it chewing the hem of someone's jacket. Its owner doesn't seem to mind. He's real smart, the man says proudly. Knows 30 words of Morse? You nod politely, unsure how to respond. Impressive, you mumble. While you wait for your turn, a woman pushes past you with a stack of messages to send. She drops them on the counter with the flourish of someone very important, or very caffeinated. The operator groans. Another one for Deadwood? She nods. Third time this week. They keep claim jumping, my brother. A heated argument about land rights erupts behind you. You try to focus on rewriting your message, but it's difficult when a man in a coonskin cap keeps describing gold as emotionally unstable. He may be right. He may also be hallucinating. Finally, it's your turn. You pass your revised message across the counter. Still breathing? Send boots? Love? The operator squints. Love is an affection, or is that a sign-off name? You don't know anymore. You just nod. He begins tapping. The sound is rhythmic, sharp, and oddly soothing, like a wooden clock with trust issues. The goat bleats in time, which either means it's a genius or you've been out here too long. Fringe accounts from smaller frontier towns suggest telegraph operators often moonlighted as news editors, gossip distributors, and unofficial town therapists. Some even edited incoming messages to reduce panic. Injured by stampede might become took a tumble. Fell down a well could be unexpected bath. As your message clicks off into the void, you take a breath. You've now officially communicated with the outside world, though whether your message will arrive unaltered is anyone's guess. You step outside, blinking in the midday sun. Dust swirls. The goat tries to follow you. You gently close the door in its face. It looks mildly betrayed. Across the street, you hear someone calling for ranch hands. A cattle drive's heading out soon, and they need help. You're not qualified. You're not ready. You're not even sure what driving cattle entails beyond yelling yeehaw and hoping for the best. But guess what? You're doing it anyway, because in the Wild West, your options are limited. And unfortunately, nap isn't one of them. A man with a sun-scorched face and a mustache that could legally qualify as a weapon waves you over. "You know how to ride?" he asks. You nod. You lie. 10 minutes later, you're standing beside a horse that clearly resents you. Its eyes say, "I've carried fools like you before," and its tail is already swishing with judgment. The saddle sits high, the stirrups dangle like a trap, and the scent of hay, sweat, and ancient leather is overpowering. You mount with all the grace of a drunken spider climbing a greased wall. One foot in the stirrup, a dramatic heave upward, and you flop over the saddle belly down. The ranch hand sighs and gives you a boost. You land awkwardly, legs askew, spine suspicious, dignity non-existent. You ride out toward the pasture. The sun is relentless, baking the dust into something crisp and crunchy. Your inner thighs begin a slow burn protest that will, by sunset, become a full-blown mutiny. Every bump on the trail feels personal. You pass a fence that's half built, half forgotten. A cow eyes you warily from behind it, chewing grass with the energy of a lawyer preparing a case. You tip your hat. The cow does not respond. Cowboys in the 1800s were workers, not showmen. Their lives were repetitive, grueling, and rarely glamorous. Days were spent herding cattle, repairing fences, mending saddles, and occasionally being thrown from horses with terrifying velocity. Fringe sources report some cowboys sang to calm the herd, a kind of dusty lullaby against stampedes. Historians still argue whether this was effective or just a psychological survival tactic for bored men far from home. You arrive at the corral, where a dozen cattle stand looking unimpressed. You're handed a rope and told to keep 'em moving. You nod as if you understand. You do not understand. The first cow bolts sideways. You flail. The rope tangles around your wrist. The horse sidesteps into a gopher hole somewhere in the distance. You hear laughter, or maybe coyotes. You lose your hat, your balance, and nearly your sense of self. "Use your voice," someone yells. You shout something unintelligible that scares both the cows and yourself. The herd begins moving, slowly, begrudgingly. You bounce along behind, every muscle screaming in protest. Your thighs now burn like the very fires of purgatory. A calf escapes the line. You give chase. Bad decision. You nudge your horse. It sprints forward like it has tax debt to flee from. You bounce so violently that you're momentarily airborne, arms windmilling like a startled crane. You land with a whump. The saddle horn jabs you in the gut, and your spine briefly questions your life decisions. You regain control. Sort of. You manage to turn the calf back toward the group by shouting, "Nope!" repeatedly in a tone of rising panic. It works. Probably out of pity. Fringe cowboy journals mention odd trail rituals, like never whistling at night, bad luck. Not wearing yellow bandanas. They attract bees, apparently. And always sleeping with boots on. You never know what might crawl inside. One account even references a man who trained his horse to tap out basic messages with its hoof. Historians still debate whether this was a unique bond or an elaborate joke. By midday, your shirt is soaked through. You've swallowed more dust than food. A bird poops on your shoulder. You've bonded with your horse, mostly through shared trauma. You dismount with all the elegance of a folding chair collapsing in slow motion. Every joint crackles. The ranch hands pat you on the back, impressed that you didn't fall off. You don't tell them how close you came. You smile weakly and accept a swig from a canteen. It's water, real water. You could weep. Back in town, you slump onto a crate, too tired to move. The saloon's starting to look inviting, not for drinks, for chairs. Soft, merciful, padded chairs. Unfortunately, your next task will be inside that very saloon. And you're about to learn that the dinner menu includes surprises, and the desserts sometimes bark. You limp through the saloon doors with the grace of a scarecrow in a windstorm. The floorboards groan underfoot, not just because of your weight, but as if they're warning you. Turn back. You ignore them. Inside, the air is thick with cigar smoke, body heat, and stories that shouldn't be repeated in polite company. A pianist plinks away at a tune that's somewhere between mournful waltz and bar fight anticipation. Someone's arguing in the corner. Someone else is asleep in a bowl of chili. You sidle up to the bar, looking for nourishment, or at least something edible that won't bite back. The bartender, a slab of a man with arms like smoked hams, eyes you up and down. Dinner? You nod. He yells into the back, "One house stew." There's a thud, a meaty splash, and a hiss of something hitting a fire. Then he slides you a bowl. The contents jiggle. The color is uncommitted. Shades of brown and beige swirl together like paint water from a kindergarten art project. You ask what's in it. He shrugs. Bits. You nod, like that explains everything. You pick up a spoon. It's warm, slightly bent, possibly pre-chewed. You scoop and taste. It's salty, smoky, and vaguely familiar, like eating a memory you never asked to have. There's a lump. You chew. It's chewy. It resists. You give up. The bread roll beside the bowl is harder than the table. You try dipping it in the soup. It survives. You try again. The bread wins. Food in the Wild West was largely dictated by availability, preservation, and a strong sense of denial. Beans, salted pork, hardtack, cornmeal mush, and mystery meat stews were standard. Fresh produce was rare, and spices were used sparingly, if at all. Fringe tales tell of stews made with rattlesnake, jackrabbit, or whatever didn't smell too bad. Historians still argue whether some recipes were invented to punish or nourish. The man next to you is eating something with 4 legs and a tail still attached. He smiles. You do not. You ask for dessert. The bartender blinks, then points to a crate in the corner. On it, a raccoon sits licking what might be a pie tin. We call him Sweet Tooth, the bartender says. You take that as a firm no on dessert. You finish your bowl, mostly out of fear that not finishing it will offend something, possibly the stew itself. You sip the drink offered, which turns out to be sarsaparilla with a side note of kerosene. Your stomach responds by making a noise that resembles a haunted calliope. Across the room, a poker game is in full swing. A woman with a violet feather in her hat leans forward, revealing a suspiciously stacked pile of chips and a grin that says she's not playing fair. Next to her, a man in a preacher's collar slams his cards down and curses with remarkable theological flair. You watch for a moment, half hypnotized. Then someone taps your shoulder. You in. You shake your head. The last thing your pride needs right now is to lose money to a nun with a knife in her boot. You thank them and retreat to the back of the saloon where chairs outnumber shouting. You find one with a cushion. Well, sort of. It's soft because half the stuffing's gone, but it's heaven compared to your saddle. You lean back, sigh, and let your body sag into something approximating rest. The piano shifts to a slower tune. The lights dim. Someone starts singing in the corner, off-key, but heartfelt. Your eyelids droop. Just as you begin to relax, a possum scuttles across your foot. You don't scream. You just accept it, because this is the Wild West. And if a raccoon is in charge of desserts and a possum is in charge of ambience, well, who are you to argue? Sleep calls. But unfortunately, there's a storm brewing, and your roof leaks in all the wrong ways. The first thunderclap shakes the saloon windows like a drunken polka drummer. You glance outside to see the sky turning a bruised purple, the kind of color that makes you nostalgic for sunshine you no longer trust. The wind picks up dust like it's auditioning for a ghost story. You shuffle out of the saloon, boots squelching in fresh puddles of mud that appeared with suspicious speed. The town, only hours ago a sun-baked diorama, is now a soggy mess. You head for your lodging, a shack that technically qualifies as indoors, only because it has more walls than not. Your roof, unfortunately, does not share your commitment to being watertight. You open the door and are greeted by a single drop, falling onto your nose with perfect comedic timing. Inside, it smells like damp socks and broken dreams. The ceiling leaks in 5 places, one onto your cot, one into your boot, one suspiciously close to your pillow, one into a tin plate, and one onto a frog that now claims your wash tub as its domain. You light a lantern. It flickers like a nervous candle before giving up entirely. You relight it, now gripping the match with damp fingers and muttering threats. Finally, it stays on, mostly out of fear. You try to move the cot out of the drips. It protests, loudly. The legs screech against the floor. You settle it beneath the least offensive leak and sit, utterly damp, incredibly tired, and mildly bitter. Then, the snake arrives. At first, it's just a sensation, a low, slithery sound near your boot. Then the movement. Then the panic. You freeze. It's a small one. Sure, but so is a bullet. You watch as it glides casually beneath the cot and disappears somewhere your eyes don't reach. You choose denial. It's worked for you so far. In the Wild West, snakes were more than just nuisances. They were frequent, venomous, and excellent at ruining any attempt at sleep. Houses were rarely sealed. Cracks, gaps, and open floors made it easy for critters to drop in uninvited. Historians still argue whether snakebite remedies of the day, like whiskey, fire, and yelling, were more helpful or just theatrical. You wrap yourself in a blanket that smells like old cornmeal and try to ignore the symphony of drips, the threat of snakes, and the possibility that your pillow might be molding in real time. Lightning flashes through the cracks in the wall. Thunder rolls like an angry god with a tambourine. Then comes the wind. It howls through the gaps in the boards, lifting your hat from the table and depositing it into the washtub frog combo. The frog doesn't blink. It's seen things. A sudden gust flings the door open with a bang. You leap up. The snake is forgotten. You grab the lantern. The flame gutters. You slam the door shut and brace it with a chair. The rain taps against the windows like it's asking to come in and ruin your socks. You lie back down and pull the blanket tight. The cot creaks. Something squeaks. You hope it's just the wood. Your eyes close. Your body aches from cattle, stew, and general failure. You drift until a drip lands directly into your ear. You sit bolt upright, swearing in your mind because this is PG-13, and mop your head with what might be a curtain or a very convincing rag. Outside, a coyote howls. Another joins, then two more. A full choir of desert dogs launches into what sounds suspiciously like a Gregorian chant gone horribly wrong. Coyotes often loitered near towns, scavenging from trash heaps or chicken coops. Their eerie songs at night unsettled many newcomers. Some townsfolk claimed they were omens. Others just tossed boots at them. Historians still debate whether coyote howls inspired local lullabies or chronic insomnia. You lie back down. This time, with your hat pulled over your eyes and your boots still on, just in case the snake has plans. The storm rages. The leaks persist. The frog begins what sounds like a solo. Sleep seems impossible. But exhaustion is stronger than weather. You finally close your eyes for good until morning comes. And everything somehow manages to get worse. The rooster crows. Of course it does. But this time, it feels less like a morning greeting and more like an act of personal aggression. You peel open one eye. The hat is still over your face. Your left leg is numb. The snake never reappeared, possibly because it froze to death during the night like any sensible creature would. The frog is gone. So is the wash tub. You don't ask questions. The floor is damp. The ceiling is still dripping. The air smells like wet leather, spoiled beans, and the sigh of 1,000 tired cowboys. You creak out of bed like a haunted marionette and wobble toward the door. Outside, the town is coated in mud. Boots squelch. Horses whinny in protest. A wheelbarrow is stuck halfway down the main street. A man's trying to pull it free while yelling at it like it insulted his mother. You try to step around a puddle, fail, and now your left boot has its own personal aquarium. Your socks squish with every step. You accept this as your new reality. There's a notice pinned to the post outside the general store. A bounty board. You wander over, mostly because standing still seems dangerous in this town. The notice reads, "Wanted, One-Eyed Pete, for horse theft and excessive banjo playing." Below it, a crudely drawn sketch of a man who may or may not be a raccoon. Hard to say. Another sign offers $5 for the capture of the Button Bandit, who reportedly breaks into homes just to remove all non-essential buttons from clothing. You briefly check your coat. One button remains. You guard it like treasure, feeling ambitious or possibly delirious. You ask the store clerk about how one gets into the bounty business. He raises one eyebrow, looks you up and down, and then laughs for a full 45 seconds. Start by not looking like lunch, he advises. Undeterred, you step into the sheriff's office. It smells like cigar ash and bureaucracy. A deputy naps on a cot in the corner. The sheriff himself looks up from a game of solitaire. Here to hunt? He asks. You nod. He tosses you a badge made of tin and hope. You clip it to your coat. It falls off. You try again. This time it sticks. He hands you a revolver. You try to look confident. It clicks ominously. He hands you a map. It's mostly just doodles and a coffee stain. You'll find Pete out by the dry creek, he says. If you get to the cave full of angry raccoons, you've gone too far. You step outside. Your horse is missing. A dog barks at you and runs away. A tumbleweed rolls by and pauses as if to say, seriously? Undeterred, or too sleep-deprived to care, you march down the muddy road. A gust of wind lifts your hat and deposits it into a trough. You fish it out. It now smells like old carrots. You make it halfway out of town before realizing you've forgotten water, ammunition, and your sense of direction. You also left the bounty notice behind, so you're technically chasing someone whose face you no longer remember. You turn back, only to hear a shotgun blast echo through the hills. You duck. A chicken squawks and sprints past you, feathers flying. A woman yells from a porch. He's back. He's got a fiddle now. You decide that perhaps bounty hunting is not your path. Historically, bounty hunting in the Wild West was often a part-time gig. Many who tried it were amateurs, desperate, or drunk. Fringe records even mention people turning in their own relatives for rewards, then trying to break them out later. Historians still argue whether bounty notices were always real, or sometimes posted as jokes to test newcomers. Back in town, you return your badge to the sheriff, who just grunts. Didn't expect you to come back with all your teeth anyway, he mutters. You sit on the porch and breathe deeply. Dust, damp wood, and the faint smell of fried something fill your nose. A raccoon waddles past carrying a pouch of tobacco. You salute it. It nods. Today, you tried to be a hero. Instead, you got wet, lost, mildly yelled at, and possibly followed by musical vermin. But don't worry. Dinner's coming soon. And tonight's stew might be even more mysterious than yesterday's. The sun creeps lower on the horizon, casting long shadows that stretch across the muddy street like lazy ghosts. Your boots are still damp. Your pride is in tatters, and the smell of something bubbling over fire wafts through the air. Thick, oily, and not entirely encouraging. You drift back toward the saloon, drawn not by hunger, but by the possibility of sitting somewhere that doesn't bite. The piano man's still at it, now playing a tune that could either be a lullaby or a warning. Depending on your mood, you find your favorite chair, the one with a suspicious lump in the cushion and only 3 legs, and ease into it like you're surrendering to gravity. The barkeep eyes you. You hungry or just hiding from the sky? You nod. Both. He jerks his chin toward the back. Stew's on. You shuffle to the back table, where a cauldron simmers with visible menace. Tonight's stew is darker, thicker, and emitting occasional gurgles like it has opinions. You ladle some into a chipped bowl and sit, spoon in hand, staring deep into the opaque mystery before you. You take a bite. It's chewy. Possibly plant-based, possibly not. There's a hint of something vaguely sweet, like a raisin that wandered into the wrong neighborhood. You chew slowly, eyes wide, body tense, waiting for your taste buds to signal either survival or betrayal. "Found a snake in yesterday's pot," says a voice behind you. You don't turn around. You just nod. Of course they did. Food safety in the Wild West was a flexible concept. Stews were often ongoing. Just add more water, meat, and questionable vegetables, and you had a meal. Some saloons kept their pots bubbling for days, if not weeks. Leftovers weren't reheated. They were never unheated. Historians still argue whether this perpetual stew method was genius or just stubborn hope wrapped in salmonella. You finish your bowl. Barely. A nearby diner dips bread into his stew and pulls out a bone. He sucks it clean. You pretend not to notice that it looks suspiciously like a squirrel femur. You push the bowl away and lean back, only to hear the telltale pitter-patter of raccoon paws again. Sweet Tooth has returned. He hops onto the table beside you, eyes your spoon, then climbs into a tin plate and curls up for a nap. You sigh. It's his table now. Outside, thunder grumbles once more. A storm is rolling in. Again. You rise, legs protesting, joints snapping, like overcooked beans, and limp toward your shack. The town feels different in the evening. Softer. Stranger. You pass the same goat chewing on the same post. It nods at you. You don't question it anymore. A woman with a lantern tiptoes down the alley, holding a bag that squeaks. You don't ask. Your shack hasn't improved. The roof still leaks. The frog is back, now accompanied by a beetle the size of a biscuit. You give them space. You sit on the cot, sigh, and pull off one boot with a squelch. The sock comes with it, soaked and limp like boiled yarn. You lie back. The wind whistles through the cracks in the wall. A coyote howls again, closer this time. It's joined by another and another. Soon, the desert is alive with their voices, rising and falling like some forgotten chant. Coyotes were nightly companions to those living on the edge of towns. Their howls unsettled newcomers, but old-timers learned to ignore them, or, according to some, respond in kind. Fringe tales claim that certain cowboys developed unique yips to converse with local packs. Historians still debate whether these were communication attempts or just extreme loneliness. You pull the blanket up. It still smells like moldy burlap, but you're too tired to care. Lightning flickers through the gaps in the wall. A gust of wind flings open the shutters, and you close them with one hand, muttering to yourself. You hear something clatter across the roof. Probably a tile, possibly a raccoon. Again, you don't ask. Tonight's rest won't be peaceful, but it will be earned. Because tomorrow, you're on night watch, and the lantern is already broken. The sun sets like it's clocking out after a long, disappointing day. The last streaks of orange fade behind the scrub hills, and the Wild West prepares for its true personality. Darkness, weird noises, and the creeping suspicion that the night has teeth. You've been volunteered for night watch, largely because the deputy fell into a barrel of pickles and hasn't reemerged. Your orders are simple. Stay awake, patrol the edge of town, and don't let anything weird slip through. This is unhelpfully vague. They give you a lantern with a cracked glass panel and a handle that wobbles like it's been through multiple identity crises. You light it. It flares once and immediately dims to a moody flicker. Perfect. Your route starts behind the livery stable. It smells like horses, moldy hay, and mystery moisture. You tiptoe past a pile of empty barrels, each one labeled "Don't Open." One is open. You do not look inside. The silence is thick, occasionally broken by a creak, a flutter, a yip in the distance. Your boots crunch on gravel. Your breath puffs in little clouds. The lantern flickers again, unsure of its will to live. Halfway down the path, something rustles. You freeze. Your heart thumps like a malfunctioning telegraph key. You swing the lantern. It illuminates a chicken. The same chicken, in fact, that judged you yesterday. It squawks in what sounds like disappointment and vanishes into the shadows. You continue. Historically, small towns often assigned night watch duty to residents. Rotating shifts meant everyone got a turn at paranoia. Duties included keeping an eye out for fires, rustlers, coyotes, and drunk neighbors falling into water troughs. Lighting was minimal, and most watches relied on moonlight, dogs, and intuition. Historians still argue whether the watch actually prevented crime or just gave people something to complain about. You turn a corner near the Telegraph office and hear music. Soft, slow, almost a lullaby. You follow the sound and discover an old phonograph playing in an open window. No one's inside, just the spinning disc, warbling slightly, like a ghost with rhythm. You back away slowly. The lantern flares again, then dies completely. Darkness swallows you whole. You shake it. Nothing. You whisper sweet encouragement. Still nothing. You consider yelling at it. It probably wouldn't help. You fumble in your pocket for matches. You find a crushed biscuit and half a nail. You light a match. It flares, briefly illuminating a raccoon sitting 4 feet away. It stares. You nod. It nods. The match dies. You keep walking. The night feels longer than physics should allow. A coyote howls again. This time, closer. Then a second. Then a third. You clutch your belt like it contains bravery. It doesn't. Near the old chapel, something skitters across your path. It sounds like claws on wood. You shine your useless lantern at it. It flickers to life just long enough to show a tumbleweed being pushed by a very determined lizard. You sit briefly on a log, staring at the stars, brilliant and indifferent. The sky is impossibly vast. The universe does not care about your broken lantern, your aching legs, or your unresolved issues with Stu. Then, just when you're about to nod off, a noise, louder than the others, a metallic clank. You leap up. The jailhouse? You creep toward it. The door swings open slowly, theatrically. Inside, a broom falls over. Nothing else. You reset it, nod at the sleeping deputy, and back out again. Fringe sources claim some watchmen carried bells or whistles to alert the town, but many refused to use them, preferring not to wake people unless the town was actively on fire. Others carried dogs, cats, or even trained birds as company. Historians still debate whether companionship or practicality drove the trend. You finish your circuit just before dawn. The first gray light creeps over the horizon. You're damp, shivering, and unsure whether the raccoon is still following you. Your eyes are half closed. Your left sock has migrated halfway off your foot. The town slowly stirs awake. The saloon doors flap lazily. Someone curses in the distance. A rooster yells its daily insult. You hand in your lantern. The clerk doesn't even look at you. Just says, "Still in one piece? Congrats." You nod. just barely. And as you shuffle back to your leaking shack, the full exhaustion hits. But there's no rest yet. Because that toothache you ignored yesterday? Yeah, it's back. And louder than ever. The throbbing starts as a whisper behind your jaw. Then, by the time you unlatch your shack door, it's a full-blown percussion section pounding away in your molar. Every heartbeat feels like a boot stomp in your face. You sit on the edge of your creaky cot, holding your cheek like it might fall off otherwise. The frog in the corner croaks sympathetically, or mockingly. Hard to tell. You need help? But this is the Wild West. And dentists don't exactly grow on tumbleweeds. You trudge out into the morning light, squinting at the town through watery eyes. The world blurs slightly with every pulse of pain. You consider chewing on a piece of leather just to distract yourself from the misery. You don't have any leather. You do have the biscuit from 2 days ago. You bite it. It wins. The barber shop appears like a mirage. The red and white pole twirls, possibly chuckling to itself. You step inside. It smells like whiskey, tobacco, and decisions people wish they hadn't made. The barber looks up from sharpening a blade that absolutely belongs in a horror story. Tooth? He grunts. You nod. He points to the chair. You swear it growls at you. You sit. He ties a towel around your neck like he's either about to fix your tooth or baptize you. You try not to breathe. Let's see, he says, jamming a thumb into your mouth with all the gentleness of a pickaxe. Yep. Swollen like a rattlesnake in a corset. You try to nod, but he's already rummaging through a box labeled tools. Inside, tongs, pliers, something shaped like a question mark, and what may once have been a fireplace poker. He selects something disturbingly shiny and hands you a bottle. Drink? You do. It burns going down. It burns once it's down. You're not entirely sure it wasn't kerosene. Within seconds, your head floats slightly off your body. Time wobbles. The barber grins. Ready? You're not. But it's happening. Tooth extraction in the 19th century was pure chaos. There were no numbing agents beyond alcohol. And the tools were designed for durability, not finesse. Barbers, blacksmiths, and sometimes piano tuners doubled as amateur dentists. Historians still argue whether anyone actually survived with all their teeth, or just lied about it in their memoirs. The pliers go in. Your eyes go wide. There's a twist, a pull, a snap, and a moment of complete existential clarity where you see your life flash before your eyes, most of it involving dust and soup. Then it's out. He holds it up like a trophy. Root came clean, he says proudly, like he's won a contest. He drops it into a tin cup with a clink. You slump sideways in the chair, blinking at the ceiling like it owes you money. He packs your mouth with something that tastes like pine, ash, and regret. Don't eat nothing solid for a day, he says. And don't whistle at snakes. You leave the shop in a daze. One side of your face puffed up like a biscuit left too long on the fire. People nod at you. You nod back. At least you think you do. Your neck might not be cooperating. You sit on a bench and try to drink water. It dribbles down your chin and soaks your shirt. You don't care. You're alive, toothless, slightly poisoned, but alive. Fringe reports mention folk cures like chewing cloves, smoking herbs, or rubbing whiskey directly into the gums. One diary describes someone using a hot poker. Another recommends singing at the tooth until it gets embarrassed and falls out. Historians still debate whether any of this worked, or if everyone just eventually ran out of teeth. You lie back on the bench and look at the sky. It's a nice color today. Blue, with fewer judgmental clouds than usual. Your pain is duller now, fading into a sleepy haze, but you won't be sleeping long, because tonight, the coyotes are back, and they've brought friends. Evening rolls in like a lazy outlaw, slow, dusty, and vaguely threatening. Your jaw still aches. Your body feels like it's been used as a saddlebag, and your nerves are about as taut as barbed wire in a windstorm. But at least the storm has passed. The town glows in soft amber light. You almost think, for one glorious second, that tonight might finally be quiet. Then the howling starts. It begins in the hills. One long, mournful wail, echoed seconds later by another, then two more, then five. Soon it sounds like a choir of desert banshees holding auditions for a haunted opera. You sit up on your cot, blanket clutched to your chest, eyes wide in the half-dark. You wait. Maybe it'll stop. It doesn't. Coyotes were common nighttime visitors on the frontier. They scavenged, stalked, and occasionally made off with livestock or unattended laundry. But what really made them memorable was their nightly serenades. The howls weren't just noise. They were eerie, layered, and, according to some, oddly musical. Historians still argue whether the coyote song had any actual territorial function, or if the animals just enjoyed giving humans sleep paralysis. You hear one closer now. Too close. You shuffle to the window and peer out. There, beneath the moonlight, a pair of glowing eyes watches you from the edge of town. Then another set, and another. You count at least 6 shapes, sleek and silent, lingering near the laundry line like they're deciding whether your underpants are worth the trouble. You freeze, then remember, you left your door unlatched. You tiptoe across the room, as quietly as a person in squeaky boots and mismatched socks can move. The floorboards creak like they're trying to sell you out. You reach the door, ease it shut, and latch it. Triumph. Something thuds against the wall. You jump. A long pause, then a whimper. Then silence. You crawl back to the cot and sit, lantern unlit, heart doing its own personal hoedown. You listen. Wind rustles the trees. The frogs have gone silent. Even the raccoon that's taken up residence under your shack seems to be holding its breath. A sudden thunk against the roof makes you duck instinctively. You wait. Nothing falls. You lean forward. Another thunk. Then a scratch. Then what sounds, unmistakably, like laughter. Coyotes don't laugh, do they? Fringe accounts from night watch journals mention strange behaviors. Packs circling buildings, mimicking baby cries, or even scratching at doors like desperate visitors. Some stories tell of coyotes cooperating with raccoons to steal food. Others describe animals behaving like they knew exactly how to freak out settlers. Historians still debate whether these stories are exaggerations, metaphors, or warnings. You light your lantern. It flickers awake with a soft, warm glow. The room feels a little smaller, a little safer. You sit back on your cot, pull the blanket around your shoulders, sip water from a tin cup with one good side of your mouth. Your jaw throbs in quiet rhythm with your heartbeat. Then, softly, a new sound joins the howling. A distant, delicate tune played on what might be a flute, or possibly a drunk man whistling through a cracked tooth. Either way, it's oddly soothing. You lie back. The wind whistles through the chinks in the wall. The coyotes yip and yowl like they're hosting a talent show. A chicken clucks nervously. The raccoon snuffles once and settles in for the night. Somewhere, a piano plinks one lonely note, and slowly, finally, your muscles begin to unwind. The cot groans beneath you. The blanket itches in all the wrong places, but your eyes grow heavy. The noises fade into white noise. You drift. You survived another day. Barely. And as the coyotes harmonize one final chorus, you smile. Because for once, they're in key. Morning doesn't so much arrive as it ambushes you, slapping you awake with a rooster's crow that could wake the dead, or at least make them strongly consider reincarnation. Your eyes peel open. Everything hurts. Your back, your legs, your jaw, especially your pride. The lantern burned out at some point in the night, and now your room is lit by the soft glow of dawn seeping through the cracks in your walls like curious fingers. You sit up slowly, muscles groaning like old porch steps. The raccoon under the floorboards gives a farewell grunt and scuttles out into the morning. You nod respectfully. He's done his shift. So have you. You shuffle outside. The air is crisp, and the town is stirring to life with its usual half-hearted chaos. A child runs past chasing a chicken. A man yells about a missing horse, only to discover it tied to his own front door. A woman tries to sweep dust off her porch with a broom that's more hope than bristle, and there you stand, smelling of smoke, stew, and the faint desperation of someone who's technically survived. You glance toward the saloon. The piano man's asleep at his instrument. The bartender leans on the counter like gravity's getting stronger. Even the goat on the porch looks like it needs a nap. You limp down the street, boots heavy with memory. Your hat sits slightly askew, stained with mud and what might be soup. Children wave. You wave back. A dog follows you for 3 steps before deciding you're not interesting enough. You pass the general store. A new sign hangs in the window. Soap in stock. Maybe. You make a mental note not to check. Somehow, you've made it through a full day and night in the Wild West. You've survived the biscuits, the cow chafing, the molar massacre, the musical coyotes, and the soup with suspicious emotional undertones. You're stronger, dustier, slightly less trusting of raccoons. You sit on a bench outside the Telegraph office, just as a man walks out grinning. Message came through, he says, waving a slip of paper. Said they're sending socks. You smile. Victory. Fringe sources often neglect the quiet victories of frontier life, the small wins that felt enormous. A working lantern, a dry patch of roof, socks. Historians still debate whether these small comforts were more meaningful than the big ones. But to those who lived it, survival wasn't a grand achievement. It was waking up, every day, still breathing, still here. You lean back, let the sun hit your face. Close your eyes, because for now, your job is done. The cowboys can cowboy, the coyotes can sing. The stew can bubble ominously without you. You're going to rest, even if it's only until the next rooster attack. And now, with your boots off, your lantern dimmed, and your biscuits safely tucked away from raccoons, it's time to let your breath slow and your thoughts dissolve like dust into a gentle breeze. You've wandered through the dusty maze of the Wild West, not the romantic one with shiny boots and standoffs at high noon, but the real one, where everything creaks, leaks, and somehow still holds together. You've done enough for one day. You've earned the right to rest. Let the flickers of lamplight fade behind your eyes. Let the sound of distant coyotes melt into a lullaby you didn't know you needed. Let the soft rattle of the wind against old wooden walls remind you that not everything needs to be fixed to feel like home. You made it. No need to hold anything now. No guns, no ropes, not even thoughts. Just loosen your grip on the day. Let your breath fall into rhythm with the swaying of prairie grass you'll never have to cut. Let your chest rise and fall like the hills you rode across on a horse that, thankfully, didn't buck you too hard. Let your body sink. Let your shoulders drop. Let your mind drift where even the raccoons won't follow. The stars are out now, above that tiny frontier town inside your head, and no one needs anything from you, not tonight, not until morning. Sleep well, pioneer. Why Wild West towns had more dentists than doctors? We ride out into the dusty streets of a town you've probably never heard of, where the horses stink, the whiskey's warm, and the loudest sound at dawn isn't a rooster. It's someone getting a molar yanked. You're in the Wild West now, partner. And no, not the version with slow-motion shootouts and perfect teeth. This is the real West, the one where a dentist is more useful than a doctor. And most dental tools have names like that one rusty thing, or the big clamp. You step off a creaky stagecoach and take a deep inhale. Mistake. The air smells like overcooked beans, unwashed leather, and something vaguely coppery. You quickly realize it's not the dust or the horses that sting your nose. It's breath. The whole town seems to be exhaling through toothaches. You head into the saloon, not for a drink, but because it's the only place open. Inside, a man with cheeks like saddlebags is playing poker with one hand and holding his jaw with the other. He moans, takes a swig of whiskey, and mutters something about a molar that's biting back. His teeth look like someone tried to whittle them with a butter knife. No one even flinches. This was common. In most frontier towns of the late 1800s, folks had teeth that could scare away mountain lions. Sugar was rare, but tobacco was everywhere, chewed, spat, smoked, and tucked into cheeks like an aggressive roommate. Combine that with no floss, almost no brushes, and water sources that could either hydrate you or poison you. And well, let's just say your gums didn't stand a chance. And here's the kicker. While many towns had at least one person who claimed to be a dentist, actual medical doctors were in shorter supply than rainfall. It's not that people wanted dentists. It's just that teeth demanded attention more loudly and more often. In fact, if you had a toothache bad enough, it could swell your face, spike your fever, and give you what some folks called devil's jaw, which sounds more like a poker hand than a medical condition. One old cowboy journal from Nebraska describes a night where the entire bunkhouse stayed awake, listening to a ranch hand try to knock his own tooth out with a frying pan. Apparently, he succeeded, but only after 3 swings and a curse that made the coyotes blush. Historians still argue whether the prevalence of so-called dentists was due to sheer necessity or simply that tooth problems were the only thing frontier folks couldn't ignore. Gunshot? You limp? Fever? You sweat it out. But a rotting molar? that thing screams at you. In truth, the Wild West was a place of relentless practicality. If something hurt bad enough, someone in town would eventually figure out how to deal with it. Maybe not well, and maybe not cleanly, but efficiently, like using a pair of blacksmith's pliers sterilized with last week's coffee. Even the terminology was charmingly casual. You didn't have an abscessed molar. You had a bad chomper. You didn't need a dental procedure. You needed that sucker pulled. The only real debate was whether you'd pay the fee in silver coins or jerky. Later that afternoon, you pass a wanted poster for someone named Billy the Grin, notorious, apparently, for robbing trains and flashing a set of solid gold front teeth every time he did it. Across the street, a boy sells sugar sticks and licorice from a cracked wooden stall. Business is booming, future cavities included. As evening falls, you notice something odd. On nearly every storefront, there's a small hand-painted sign with a tooth on it, some with cartoonish smiles, others with dramatic red lightning bolts. One reads, "Fast pulls, no screamin'." Another, "Doc Slade, gums and guns." Dentistry, it seems, is everywhere, and no one's bothered by that. In towns like Tombstone or Dodge City, you might find 3 or 4 dentists per street, most uncertified, some semi-retired from other trades, and all of them armed. Because yes, dental disputes often ended in shootouts, which is a great sentence if you're writing a Western, or terrible if you just wanted someone to look at your molars. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, you settle into a rickety bed at the local boarding house. The pillow smells like hay and something faintly metallic. You try to relax, and just as your eyelids droop, you hear it, a muffled yelp, a creak of a chair, and a man outside shouting, "Hold still! Frank, I got it this time." Ah, another tooth meets its fate under the moonlight. You wake up the next morning to the faint scent of bacon, boot polish, and, curiously, burnt rope. Outside your window, the town is already humming. Cows moo, wagon wheels creak, and somewhere nearby, a man curses softly about roots deeper than a prairie dog den. Sounds like another extraction is underway. As you lace up your dusty boots and step into the street, you're met by a curious sight, a rickety cart covered in faded paint, bells dangling from the sides, and a crudely drawn molar grinning from a wooden sign. The words read, "Professor T. B. Spindle, Traveling Dental and Extractionist Services, Teeth Pulled While You Wait." You blink. There's a small line of townsfolk, each holding a handkerchief to their jaw. Welcome to the world of the traveling tooth yankers. These wandering dentists were a staple of frontier life. They had no degrees, often no fixed address, and very few actual tools. What they did have was nerve, and sometimes a harmonica. Many of them were former peddlers, snake oil salesmen, or general tinkerers who figured that if they could yank a nail from a floorboard, they could probably yank a tooth from a mouth. Logic, really. One famous figure was Cactus Pete, a man who reportedly pulled over 3,000 teeth using nothing but a pair of silver tongs and a lullaby he sang to distract patients. According to lore, he once serenaded a rattlesnake out of a saddlebag and pulled a molar from a sheriff in under 40 seconds. Historians still argue whether Cactus Pete was a genius, a lunatic, or just very, very lucky. These tooth yankers relied on bold signage, louder voices, and a suspiciously confident smile. They'd roll into town, park near the general store or saloon, and set up shop on a barrel or makeshift stool. Payment was flexible. Coins, livestock, even a decent pie would do. In return, they'd pull your aching tooth. Sometimes, while you were still explaining which one hurt, the actual procedure often involved sitting on a whiskey crate, biting down on a leather strap, and praying the man in front of you didn't sneeze mid-pull. There were no x-rays, no gloves, and certainly no anesthesia. If you were lucky, they'd splash some alcohol on the tool beforehand, or maybe just on you. And yet, people lined up. You wander further into town and notice a pair of boots sticking out from under a wagon. Turns out, that's Dr. Lucy May, a frontier widow who discovered she had a knack for dentistry after pulling her late husband's infected molar with a horseshoe. Now she's one of the most requested names for miles. Her specialty? Upper molars and peach cobbler. The Wild West valued usefulness over credentials. If someone had steady hands and didn't faint at the sight of blood or screaming, they could build a reputation fast. Sometimes too fast. There are tales of con men setting up shop, pulling a few teeth, then disappearing before patients realized they'd yanked the wrong ones. One particularly bizarre case involves Gentleman Jack, a fraud who wore a top hat and carried a silver cane. He convinced a Colorado town he was a royal dentist to the Queen of England. Within a week, he'd extracted 17 healthy teeth and vanished with a sack of gold, 3 chickens, and the mayor's best boots. To this day, no one knows where he learned the accent. But not all traveling dentists were swindlers. Some were earnest, if underqualified, and genuinely believed they were helping. A few even took notes, kept journals, and sketched molars in worn notebooks. The frontier was, after all, a classroom of necessity. Your next stop is the general store, where a small flyer on the window reads, "Tooth trouble? Traveling dentist coming Thursday. Hold that pain." You imagine someone wincing their way through Tuesday and Wednesday, gritting their jaw through card games and cattle wrangling, all for a chance to meet the expert with rope, pliers, and a prayer. Back at the saloon, a small crowd gathers around a man on a barrel. He's holding up a freshly pulled molar like it's a prize trout. The onlookers cheer. A tooth falls into a spittoon. Someone claps, and just like that, the mobile dentist's cart trundles on to the next town, bells jingling softly behind him. Later, you overhear 2 ranchers debating whether it's better to use store-bought dental powder or just swish with moonshine every few days. One claims he hasn't brushed in 6 years, but chews mint leaves whenever he kisses his wife. The other has a gold-capped front tooth that winks when he grins, and he's proud of it. In the Wild West, dental care wasn't about cleanliness or comfort. It was about surviving the pain long enough to find someone, anyone, with the guts to yank the offending fang. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a system, a loud, tooth-rattling, whiskey-drenched system. And tomorrow, a new dentist rolls in with a harmonica, a sack of pliers, and a sign that reads, "No tooth too stubborn. Ask about our discount for screaming." You're back on the boardwalk by mid-morning, watching a miner spit a tooth into a water trough like it's just another Tuesday. A small boy claps. A nearby woman casually fans herself with a menu that reads, "Eggs, beans, extractions, served all day." This is the Wild West. After all, and oddly enough, Dental work has become part of the daily routine, as expected as shaving or checking for rattlesnakes under your bedroll. But what's strange, what really makes you scratch your head, is that even in the middle of this rough and tumble world, folks care about style, not just surviving their toothaches, but showing off what came after. Welcome to the age of flashy fillings, golden grins, and smiles bright enough to blind a gambler at 20 paces. You step into a local barber-dentist hardware hybrid shop and are greeted by a grizzled man named Clem. He's polishing a gold tooth with the same rag he used to wipe his boots. Want a peek at the latest fillings? He asks. You hesitate, but curiosity wins. He opens a wooden drawer filled with tiny metal bits, silver, gold, even something green that he insists is for festive occasions. See, by the 1870s, many frontier folk, especially the newly rich miners and saloon owners, started to view dental work as an opportunity for flair. Sure, their mouths might be full of decay, but that didn't mean they couldn't sparkle while shouting across a poker table. Historians still argue whether this dental decoration trend started as a practical solution, gold being soft, durable, and non-corrosive, or simply as a flex. One prospector in Nevada had 2 front teeth capped in silver and claimed they helped him see better in the dark. There's no scientific basis for this, of course, but people believed some weird things out here. Out on the street, you see a woman proudly displaying what looks like a tiny ruby embedded in her incisor. Her friend compliments her. She smiles wider. You think about how, in this dusty world of broken boots and rattling wagons, someone took the time to bedazzle a molar. Even some town dentists, those with more legitimate training, caught on to the fad. They began offering fancy work alongside basic extractions. One traveling ad from 1881 boasts, "Glorious grins. Get your tooth gilded while you wait. Discounts for miners, teachers, and gentlefolk." Some even started crafting decorative dentures. One particularly eccentric case involved a retired showgirl who had a set of false teeth engraved with musical notes. She claimed they hummed when she whistled. Again, probably untrue. But who's going to argue with a woman who keeps a derringer in her purse? Not all these efforts were successful. There were botched gold fillings, loose studs, and one unfortunate incident involving a turquoise insert and a tooth that rotted from the inside out. But image mattered out west. A golden grin was a conversation starter, a calling card, and, perhaps most importantly, a distraction from the smell of buffalo grease and socks boiled in creek water. You wander into the local photography studio next. The walls are lined with stiff portraits of cowboys, bankers, and barkeeps, most with oddly gleaming teeth. You notice one photo of a man smiling just enough to show off a small engraved horseshoe on a lower molar. The back reads, "Eugene, fastest teeth in Kansas." Later, while sipping a sarsaparilla, you overhear a spirited argument about which metal is best for chewing jerky. One man insists gold makes it taste richer. Another swears silver keeps away toothaches. A third, completely toothless, just grins and mumbles. Beans don't care what's in your mouth. You can't help but marvel at this odd, brilliant world. A place where pain turned into pageantry, and practicality met personal branding. In a land without mirrors, people still found ways to shine. As the sun begins to set, you pass a wooden sign nailed to a fence post. Faded red letters read, "Smile bright, bite hard, Old Doc Sweeney's Dental Boutique." You pause. Boutique? In this town? The idea makes you laugh out loud. But then again, you've just seen a man tip his hat with a gold tooth sparkle and a 6-year-old trade marbles for a single silver incisor. Maybe the Wild West was always a little bit fabulous. The next morning begins with a town crier bellowing out a list of available supplies. Beans, salt, lamp oil, teeth cleanin' powder. You do a double take, tooth powder. Out here, it sounds like a cruel joke. But no, it's real, and it's everywhere. As you meander toward the general store, you spot a crate marked tooth dust, now with extra clove. A sleepy man behind the counter explains that some folks sprinkle it on a damp cloth. Some just dip a finger in and rub like a cow brushing against a fence post. He chuckles and adds, "Tastes like misery and cinnamon." You believe him. Dental hygiene on the frontier was, well, experimental, before mass-produced toothbrushes were common or affordable. People made do with whatever was handy. Twigs, bones, leather strips, even old feathers. And when those didn't work, they relied on abrasives, crushed charcoal, salt, burnt bread crusts, or brick dust, anything gritty enough to scrape off the grime, and maybe a little enamel while it was at it. One local woman claims she uses a secret family recipe involving soot, sage, and dried mint leaves. Another swears by tobacco juice, not for cleaning, but for pain relief. Numbs the soul, too, she adds with a wink. Historians still argue whether any of these folk remedies actually helped or simply gave people something to do, while their teeth fell out anyway. There's some evidence that Native American tribes used herbal rinses and chewed medicinal roots with far more effectiveness. Frontier settlers, unfortunately, had a habit of ignoring the smarter ideas and doubling down on, well, ash and hope. Back in the saloon, you watch a gambler rinse his mouth with warm beer and spit into a spittoon shaped like a pig. He flashes a toothless grin and says, "Ain't lost a card game or a bicuspid since '74. There's a story behind that, but he won't share. Just raises his mug and winks. You take a stroll behind the stables and find a makeshift bathhouse. A hand-scrawled sign reads, "Teeth scraped, ears candled, by appointment or holler." You don't hear any hollering yet, but you're curious. Inside, a wiry man named Emmett proudly displays his tooth knife, which is basically a sharpened butter spreader tied to a corn husk handle. He scrapes plaque while humming lullabies. "Got the idea from cleaning horseshoes," he says proudly. By now, your stomach turns just thinking about all these rustic methods. But you've got to hand it to them. They tried, and what they lacked in technique, they made up for in grit, sometimes literal grit. At lunch, you sit next to a school teacher who quietly chews on licorice root. "Keeps the gums strong," she whispers, "and makes your breath smell like a moral lesson." You laugh, then you wonder, was that the root or the teacher? One charming local tradition involves what they call a tooth charm string, a necklace made of lost baby teeth, beads, and tiny bones. Children are told it brings good luck. Some adults wear them too, though more as a warning than a fashion statement. You walk past a blacksmith's forge where a young man is hammering out what appears to be a toothbrush. Upon closer inspection, it's a spoon handle with stitched horsehair glued to one end. "Made it for Ma," he says. She's still got 3 good ones left. Across town, a retired stagecoach driver offers to sell you a minty miracle powder made from dried tumbleweed and ashes from a lightning-struck tree. Heels heartbreak too. he says with a straight face. You're tempted, if not for your mouth, maybe for your curiosity. As the sun slinks lower in the sky, you return to your boarding house. Outside, a kid is scrubbing his gums with a stick dipped in pickle brine. His mother beams. He's getting ready for picture day. You realize then, in a world without modern comforts, brushing wasn't about sparkle. It was about trying, about doing something, anything, to keep the pain at bay and the teeth in your head, even if it meant seasoning your gums with salt, coal, and wishful thinking. And sure, maybe these weren't the most effective methods, but as the stars come out and a gentle wind stirs the dust, you can't help but feel a little admiration for people who cleaned their teeth with broken bricks and called it a win. The sun rises with a rusty creak across the planks of Main Street, and you find yourself drawn toward a building that leans slightly to the left, as though it's had one too many molars pulled itself. A hand-painted sign swings above the entrance. Barber, bath, dentistry, inquire inside. 3 services, 1 chair. You duck under the doorway and step into the oddly sweet and metallic scent of hair tonic and regret. In the far corner stands a well-worn barber's chair, cracked leather, faint bloodstains, and a strap that looks less for comfort and more for restraint. The man behind it, dressed in suspenders and a shirt rolled up past the elbows, nods and gestures with a pair of what appear to be sheep shears. Need a trim or a tug? You politely decline and sit on a bench made from what used to be a church pew. A customer in the chair groans as the barber dentist tightens a clamp around an incisor. Just relax. He hums. This one's nearly out on its own anyway. You look away. This was how things worked in many Wild West towns. Multi-purpose practitioners who handled your sideburns, your bathwater, and your bicuspids, often in the same afternoon. It made sense. A steady hand is a steady hand. Whether wielding a razor or a pair of forceps that doubled as pliers and, on one memorable occasion, as nutcrackers during Christmas. The tools weren't always dental tools. Blacksmiths, seamstresses, and saddle makers had plenty of metal implements lying around, and in a pinch, many found their way into the mouths of suffering cowboys. And the chairs? Anything from barrels to piano stools to the back of a wagon wheel. There's even a legend of a man who had a tooth pulled while lying on a billiard table, with onlookers placing bets on whether the tooth or the man would hit the floor first. Historians still argue whether this hodgepodge approach was a mark of ingenuity or sheer desperation. Probably both. When you're miles from the nearest city and your jaw feels like it's being kicked from the inside out, standards soften. You walk down the boardwalk and peek into a tailor's shop where a sign reads, "Suit repair and emergency extractions, ladies' gowns, extra." You wonder how many formal dances have been delayed by dental crises. Back at the hotel lobby, a poster hangs over the piano. Tonight only, Hank Foster's banjo and tooth pullin' review. Apparently, Hank plays a lively jig while performing removals mid-song. He claims the rhythm distracts the nerves, a little tap dance for your enamel. But it wasn't just the barbers and banjo players, saddleries, general stores. Even boarding schools doubled as makeshift dental clinics when the need arose. You remember hearing earlier about a local preacher who offered confessions and cleanings every Sunday. 2 sins out, 1 molar down. In some towns, A dentist didn't even have a shop. They went door to door, tools jangling in a velvet bag, offering quick extractions in exchange for eggs, bullets, or a night in the barn. One particularly enterprising young woman in Montana would trade extractions for fresh bread. To make room for more, she'd joke. You pause to watch a man getting a trim through a cracked window. As the barber carefully shapes his mustache, another fellow enters, pale and sweaty. No words, just a nod, and a finger pointed to his jaw. The barber sighs, wipes his hands, and reaches into a drawer. Out comes a cloth, a bottle of moonshine, and a tool that looks like something you'd use to unscrew a stubborn horseshoe. You hear the faint pop, then a muffled yell, then silence. The mustached man barely flinches. He tips his head politely so the barber can continue his trim. This was normal. The line between professions was blurry on the frontier. A person might be a barber on Tuesday, a dentist on Wednesday, and a fiddler on Thursday night. What mattered was trust and results. Credentials? Those were for city folk, and even the failures were taken in stride. A man with a lopsided smile might just say, "Doc missed the right one, but at least now I whistle easier." A woman missing a tooth might claim she lost it in a duel. Never mind, it was a duel with a roast chicken. As you leave the building, a little girl runs past you shouting, "Ma says I get mine pulled next week. Gonna get a peppermint." You shake your head and smile. That's the Wild West for you, where courage wasn't always in the gun holster. Sometimes it was in the chair next to the shaving cream. It's late afternoon now, and the scent of campfire smoke drifts lazily through the town. Somewhere nearby, beans bubble in a dented pot, and a harmonica wails a lazy tune. You follow the sound, passing by a small crowd gathered near a weathered barn. A man is sitting on an overturned barrel, head tilted back, mouth open wide. Another man, tall and wiry, tightens a strip of rope around the first one's chest like he's strapping down a sack of flour. No license, no gloves, no worries, just whiskey, rope, and screaming. The holy trinity of Wild West dental surgery. You inch closer, curious despite yourself. A small table holds 2 bottles of rye, a bloody rag, and what looks like a hammer. The dentist, and we're using that term extremely loosely, holds up a twisted metal instrument and says cheerfully, "Now, this might sting a touch." He pours a splash of whiskey onto the man's tongue. Not for sanitation, just tradition. Then comes the tug. It's quick, brutal, and met with a yelp that sends a chicken flying out of a nearby coop. A tooth clinks into a tin cup. The patient pants, smiles weakly, and holds up 2 fingers in a shaky victory salute. You're impressed and mildly horrified? This, too, was part of the dental ritual in many Wild West towns. No anesthesia meant every pull was raw and personal. Some folks bit down on leather belts, others on sticks. One legend tells of a man who clamped his jaw onto a silver coin during an extraction and bit it clean in half. He kept the pieces on a necklace as a warning to his enemies. Pain was expected. Pain was honored. If you didn't scream at least once, people suspected you weren't human, or you'd had too much moonshine. One popular trick was to tie a string from the aching tooth to a doorknob and slam it shut. Another involved horses. You can guess how that one ended. Historians still debate whether these makeshift methods were born from innovation or sheer desperation. Probably both. You sit next to an older man on a bench near the blacksmith's forge. He's missing most of his upper teeth, but seems content. Got my last one pulled by a sheriff, he says proudly. Didn't use rope, just yanked it out with a gun barrel. Said it was justice. You don't ask for context. Nearby, a small boy is being coaxed into an extraction. His mother offers him a peppermint and whispers, just like pulling a splinter, but louder. A local woman adds helpfully, he'll be a man by supper. The boy does not look convinced. Pain tolerance was worn like a badge of honor in these communities. People didn't complain. They bragged. One woman famously claimed she gave birth during a tooth extraction and wasn't sure which hurt more. A cowboy in New Mexico allegedly had 3 molars yanked while playing the fiddle and never missed a note. And then there's the whiskey. Always whiskey. Not the good kind, either. Cheap, harsh, and flammable. Perfect for dulling nerves or distracting patients. Sometimes they'd pour it on the tool, sometimes in the patient, sometimes both. One enterprising dentist allegedly invented a drink called molar drop, a shot of rye, followed by a swift slap to the jaw. Results varied. You pass by a notice pinned to the town's bulletin board. Dr. Ezra Blaine, pain specialist, mostly teeth. Now, accepting trade in buttons or biscuits. Ezra, you later learn, had a reputation for singing during extractions, not to calm his patients, but to calm himself. His preferred tune? Oh, my darling, Clementine. Which is ironic, considering that most Clementines in town had probably lost a tooth to him. As the sky begins to blush with sunset, you walk past a row of cabins and hear the sounds of laughter, a muffled curse, and the unmistakable clink of another tooth landing in a tin cup. It's oddly rhythmic, like the town is keeping time with dental agony, and you realize something beautiful in its own scrappy way. Pain brought people together here. They endured it openly, loudly, and without shame. It became a community event. An extraction wasn't just medical, it was theatrical, shared, part of the frontier rhythm. Tonight, as the stars flicker on and the cicadas begin their sleepy chorus, you stretch out on your cot with a full belly and an aching sympathy for everyone who's ever said, "It's just a toothache." Out here, that phrase meant something different, something louder, something braver. You wake to the soft sounds of chickens and spitting, not metaphorically. Someone's actually practicing their aim on a spittoon outside your window. You stretch, wince at the thought of all the dental horrors you've witnessed so far, and decide today's the day you investigate what passed for dental hygiene in the Wild West. Spoiler, it's a journey full of surprises, confusion, and one alarming use of raccoon fat. You start at the general store, where a wooden shelf holds a few battered tins labeled tooth powder, now with less chalk. Beside them, tiny cloth wrap bundles are tied up with string. The shopkeeper explains these are gum brushes, twigs from local shrubs, shaved at one end until soft. You're invited to chew one. It tastes like regret and sage. The popular belief was that anything coarse enough to scratch a tooth clean was good enough to use. People scraped with crushed eggshells, pine ash, even ground up oyster shells. If it could scratch a barn door, it could probably clean a bicuspid. Historians still argue whether these methods help preserve what few teeth people had or simply shaved them into fashionable nubs. Archaeological findings show that tooth wear was extreme in frontier skulls. Not just decay, but erosion, like someone took sandpaper to every smile. A local trapper named Elroy swears by his method hot water, a nail file, and a good swearing session. He shows you his teeth, most of them intact, though suspiciously sharp. You decide not to question it. Later, you wander to the back of the town's bathhouse, where a sign reads, "Private dental steamings, now with mint." Inside, a tub has been converted into a facial steam station. A woman is leaning over it with a towel on her head, inhaling herbal vapors and chanting softly. When asked what it does, she replies, "Makes the bad spirits leave your gums." Whether it works or not, she looks relaxed, and her breath smells like basil. You jot this down under possibly effective, definitely theatrical. Outside, a cowboy brushes his teeth with baking soda and a goose feather. Soft bristles, he explains, but firm enough to knock out a seed husk. He grins and reveals a single gold front tooth, gleaming like a sunrise over a cornfield. You ask where he got it. "Poker game. Wasn't mine originally." Toothbrushes proper were rare, imported luxuries. Most people couldn't afford one, so they improvised. Some chewed willow bark, which contains natural pain-relieving compounds. Others rubbed their gums with salt and vinegar, a combo that hurt like heartbreak, but allegedly kept the rot at bay. One journal from 1875 details a frontier dentist who made his own toothbrushes from porcupine quills and glue. His shop burned down 2 weeks later, unrelated, but poetic. You pass a schoolhouse and overhear a lesson in progress. The teacher, a stern woman named Miss Gribble, is holding up a blackboard drawing of a molar and saying, "Children, you must care for your teeth like you care for your horse. Clean, checked, and kept out of the rain." You applaud silently from the window. A note pinned to the community board catches your eye. Homemade breath fresheners, now made with eucalyptus, not bacon fat. A small victory in the march of hygiene. You sit on a barrel in the shade, flipping through a tattered magazine called Frontier Health Weekly. One article lists dental tips like sleep with cloves between your cheeks, avoid whistling through open fillings, brush after beans, before biscuits. Not all the advice was bad. Some was just wildly optimistic. You recall a traveling preacher who claimed that smiling often strengthened the gums. "Joy," he said, "is the best tooth tonic." His wife, notably, had no teeth, but did have a radiant disposition. Back at the saloon, a man rinses his mouth with warm beer again. You ask why. "Well," he says, "whiskey stings, water lies, but beer tells the truth." You're not sure that makes sense, but you nod respectfully. As twilight deepens, you walk past rows of homes where folks are preparing for bed. One woman is brushing with peppermint ash and humming a lullaby. A child spits into a flower pot. A dog gnaws a bone, perhaps in quiet protest. And in that moment, you realize something charming. They tried. Despite the odds, the absence of dentists, and the near total lack of fluoride, they tried. They cleaned, rinsed, scraped, soaked, and steamed. They chewed twigs, sprinkled ash, and invented toothbrushes with squirrel hair. They believed that a clean tooth was a happy tooth. And in a world where so much felt uncertain, that belief probably mattered more than the mint. As the evening sets in, you hear the slow clip-clop of a horse and the gentle squeak of wheels. Down the road rolls a peculiar contraption, a covered wagon adorned with golden lettering and clinking glass bottles. It reads, "Dr. Thaddeus Smiley's Traveling Tooth and Tonic Show." You step aside as it parks in front of the saloon. Out steps a man with a curled mustache, a velvet waistcoat, and the unmistakable confidence of someone who has never pulled a tooth sober. Ladies, gentlemen, children, dogs. Everyone gathers around as he flourishes a bottle high into the air and proclaims, "A single sip will cure your aching tooth, your melancholy heart, and possibly your fear of snakes." Ah, yes, snake oil and tooth elixirs. The Wild West's most ridiculous and yet wildly popular solution to dental woes. Dr. Smiley, probably not a doctor, begins his pitch with flair. "You don't need to pull a tooth if you can melt the pain away." The crowd murmurs. He holds up a vial labeled Elixir Magnifico No. 3 and claims it's made from secret herbs, distilled hope, and the tears of angels. In reality, it smells like cinnamon and regret. You try a sample. It burns like betrayal and tastes oddly fizzy. A woman next to you says her molar doesn't hurt anymore. Of course, she's also giggling at a fence post, so results may vary. These frontier elixirs were everywhere. Marketed as miracle cures, they were sold out of wagons, shops, barber shops, even church vestibules. Most were alcohol-based, often with a splash of peppermint or clove oil, and almost none actually cured anything. But in a land where real medicine was scarce, and dentists were sometimes just the barber in a different apron, belief went a long way. Historians still argue whether these elixirs offered genuine placebo comfort or simply kept folks drunk enough to forget their teeth hurt. One label from an 1884 bottle boasted heals mouth, soul, and occasional gunshot wounds. If nothing else, it got people talking. Some snake oil salesmen became legends. One in particular, Lucius Toadvine, known as the Gum Whisperer, sold a mixture of vinegar, cayenne pepper, and turpentine he called jaw juice. He claimed it could reverse aging and remove curses. He later disappeared during a thunderstorm, leaving behind only his wagon and 42 unopened bottles. You watch Dr. Smiley hand out 10 cups of his tonic, each customer reacting differently. Laughter, wide-eyed blinking. One man immediately demanding a refund after sneezing fire. Smiley just tips his hat and says, "Healing isn't always comfortable." Back at the general store, a dusty shelf holds forgotten bottles, tooth shine for radiant gums. Gum gone removes pain and possibly memory. Wife's whisper, soothing drops with lavender and brandy. You notice a ledger nearby filled with complaints, mostly in shaky handwriting. Burned my tongue. Did not cure tooth. Tasted like horseshoe. Woke up married? Not all remedies were liquid, either. Some were powders, pastes, even waxes you molded onto the tooth. One miner claimed he plugged his cavity with beeswax and never felt better. He later admitted to accidentally eating it during a drinking game. You cross paths with an old woman near the bakery who offers you a home remedy, roasted pine bark soaked in vinegar and sugar. "Keeps my smile sharp," she says, flashing 3 magnificent teeth and a gap you could store grain in. You politely decline. In some towns, medicine shows became evening entertainment, music, dancing, and tooth tonics. You imagine them like traveling circuses, except instead of elephants, you get menthol tinctures and questionable testimonials. A man leans over to you and mutters, "I once bought a potion that was supposed to grow teeth back." You raise an eyebrow. "Did it?" He grins. "In my dreams." "That count?" As darkness sets in, Dr. Smiley packs up his remaining bottles and tips his hat to the crowd. Remember, folks, your smile is your currency in the kingdom of dreams. Then he climbs aboard, and the wagon disappears into the night with a rattle of wheels and a final jingle of empty vials. You lean against a porch rail, watching the last drops of tonic foam vanish in the dust. You realize that, deep down, everyone in the Wild West knew these elixirs probably didn't work. But pain makes dreamers of us all. And sometimes, a little cinnamon-flavored hope was better than nothing. You stroll through the quieter side of town the next day, where the dust settles a little slower, the chickens cluck a little softer, and the sign above the local dentist's office reads, "No screamin' after sundown, by order of the marshal." A helpful rule, but as you'll soon learn, not always followed, especially when dental work collided with frontier justice in the most absurd, often violent ways imaginable. See, most people imagine the Wild West as shootouts over poker or stolen cattle. But some of the most ridiculous, heated duels came from unpaid dental bills and bad extractions. One such case took place in 1872, when a blacksmith named Horace Tittle accused a local barber dentist of pulling the wrong tooth. The disagreement escalated into a bar brawl, then a shovel duel, then, famously, a slow-motion chase involving a goat and a barrel of molasses. You'd think a pulled tooth wouldn't lead to violence. But out here, dentistry was personal. You weren't just pulling a tooth. You were pulling someone's pride, dignity, and a week's worth of grits. At the local saloon, you overhear two men arguing about whether molars are more valuable than incisors. One accuses the other of selling him a used gold filling. Tempers rise, a chair is lifted, you step out of the way, just in case. Moments later, both men are laughing. Turns out they were brothers, and the tooth in question had been passed down like a family heirloom. Historians still argue whether these conflicts were fueled more by alcohol or pain-induced delirium. Probably both. But the stories persist, of dentists who carried six-shooters, of extractions done with the threat of violence looming, and of saloons that doubled as emergency dental courts. There's the tale of One-Tooth Walt, a piano player who lost a tooth in a fight, blamed the town dentist, and challenged him to a duel at dawn. They never made it to the duel. Walt tripped on a chicken coop and accidentally knocked out the dentist's front teeth with a banjo. They later reconciled and formed a short-lived jug band. You pause at a faded mural on the wall of the post office. It shows two men grappling over a tooth, one wielding forceps, the other a frying pan. Below it, the caption reads, "The Great Tooth Dispute of '68. The story goes that a visiting dentist, known only as Doc Cobbler, offered a free extraction demonstration in the town square. He pulled 5 teeth before lunch. On the 6th, the patient screamed so loudly that horses panicked and a wagon overturned. The town banned open-air dentistry for a full year. Doc Cobbler vanished, likely to another town that hadn't yet heard the tale. You find a dusty journal in the corner of the general store. It belonged to the town sheriff, who wrote, "Had to break up a scuffle today over a dental debt. Man refused to pay. Claimed he was promised no pain. Dentist swore he said low pain. Well, fisticuffs followed. One man left with 2 teeth missing, neither of them his. Even gamblers got involved. A popular poker variation was tooth or dare, where losing a hand meant either surrendering a tooth or taking a dare that usually involved public embarrassment, hot sauce, or livestock. One man allegedly pulled his own tooth with a curtain rod just to avoid singing love songs to a mayor's mule. You chuckle at the absurdity, but behind the humor, there's something revealing. In a place where medical structure was flimsy, dental justice was immediate. If a dentist hurt you, you didn't file a complaint. You filed a punch. If someone sold you a false tooth that turned green, you called them out in the street at high noon. And yet, remarkably, many dentists didn't just survive. They thrived. Some even advertised their lack of injuries as proof of skill. One flyer reads, 10 years pullin'. Only hit twice. Come see why folks call me Gentle Jim. As night falls and the wind picks up, you sit under the eaves of the sheriff's office, watching tumbleweed roll past. Somewhere in town, you hear laughter, the clink of a bottle, and someone shout, "Next time, use both hands." You smile, imagining what that conversation must be about. In the Wild West, justice came in many forms: a handshake, a duel, or sometimes a surprisingly accurate throw of a horseshoe. And when it came to teeth, folks weren't just concerned about the ache, they were concerned about the honor of their mouths. Because out here, every grin had a backstory, and some of those stories came with bruises. You wake to an eerie quiet, the kind that blankets a town when something's gone slightly wrong. A soft creaking, the occasional thump, and the unmistakable clink of a bottle rolling across a wooden floor drift through the morning fog. Today, you're investigating one of the grimmer realities of frontier dentistry: how a trip to the dentist sometimes landed you straight in the undertaker's care. It's not a fun subject, but it's part of the story. Because in the Wild West, dentistry didn't just border on danger, it danced with it, and not gracefully. You begin at the far end of town where the grass is thicker, the buildings quieter, and a sign reads, Pine Rest Funeral Parlor and Dental Remedies. Two businesses, one roof. You knock gently. A man in a dark waistcoat opens the door and offers you a toothpick. "We do full services," he says solemnly. "Whether you're staying alive or passing on." You smile nervously and step inside. Early frontier dentistry was, by modern standards, risky at best. Abscesses could lead to infections that spread through the bloodstream. No sterilization, no antibiotics, and often no concept of germ theory meant that what started as a simple extraction could end in days of fever, swelling, and eventual death. One diary from an 1880s nurse in Colorado describes a patient who died after a molar extraction because the pliers had previously been used to fix a wagon axle. "He went peacefully," she wrote, "but with a squeaky jaw." Historians still argue whether the danger came more from the tools, the techniques, or just the sheer volume of people willing to try dental surgery after a few shots of whiskey and a pep talk. Probably all three. You learn of Doc Maggs, a well-meaning frontier dentist who believed in speed over precision. He once pulled 3 teeth from the wrong man in under a minute. His motto? Pain is weakness exiting the face. He eventually retired after mistaking a wooden button for an impacted molar. Some of the worst mishaps involved broken tools. A snapped extractor left inside the gum could cause infection. A misjudged yank could fracture the jaw. There's even record of one poor soul who swallowed a loosened gold crown mid-yank and passed it 4 days later into local legend. You stop by the town cemetery, where a small section is oddly nicknamed the Grin Patch. A wooden sign lists some unfortunate names: Samuel H. Bit down too hard. Clara R. Didn't floss. Apparently Jeb One-Tug Mason. You can't tell if it's real or dark humor, but the implication is clear. Teeth had consequences. Inside the local apothecary, the owner shows you a locked glass case labeled for dental emergencies. Inside, leeches, laudanum, a set of rusty tools, and what might be a spoon bent into forceps. He shrugs. We try not to use those unless it's real bad. You don't ask what real bad means. Sometimes, dentists were the last people a patient saw, not out of intent, but because the body simply couldn't handle the trauma. Blood loss, infection, or shock could take hold, especially in children or the elderly. That's why some dentists had contracts with undertakers. If the worst happened, business passed directly to the next door. You hear the story of Quiet Bessie, a dentist who sang lullabies to distract her patients. She was loved and feared equally because, while her voice was sweet, she also once fainted at the sight of blood and dropped a tooth into a man's throat. There were also tales of miracle recoveries. One man survived a botched extraction with a nail and a hammer, lived to 93, and swore by butter as an antiseptic. Another, after a triple pull mishap, became a vegetarian simply because chewing meat made me cry. You spot a young couple walking by, the woman smiling with a gap-toothed grin. He pulled it himself, she says proudly, nodding to her husband, with pliers he used on our wagon. He grins, adds, still works great. The wagon too. And you realize it wasn't just about death or danger. It was about resilience. People face pain head on, often with humor, often with improvisation, always with community around them. At sunset, the funeral parlor dental clinic closes its doors with a soft click. A sign swings on the porch. Back tomorrow. Teeth first. Toes second. You can't decide if it's reassuring or ominous. Maybe both. And as night settles over the quiet graves and the low murmur of harmonicas in the distance, you understand something fundamental about frontier life. They didn't separate pain from living. It was all part of the same dusty ride. By now, you've seen enough extractions, home-brewed elixirs, and molar misfires to last you a lifetime, or at least the next dental checkup. But today, you're chasing a different kind of frontier tale, one that rarely makes it into the cowboy ballads. You're headed to the edge of town, where the hills roll softer and the cabins lean a little more modest. That's where you'll meet the unsung heroes of the Wild West tooth trade, the women who wielded the drill. It's easy to forget, in all the mustaches and whiskey and revolvers, that women were out here too, pulling teeth, mixing powders, and running dental parlors from kitchens, barns, and tents. Not many, mind you, but enough to make a difference, and more than enough to cause a stir. You knock on the weather-worn door of a cabin painted soft blue. A woman in her 50s answers, sleeves rolled, eyes sharp. You here for a pulling or a story? She asks. Ideally both, you say. She nods. Then sit, sugar. I got plenty of both. Meet Mildred Pike, known around these parts as Millie the Molar. She started pulling teeth when her husband got kicked in the jaw by a mule. With no one else around, and his screaming cutting through the hills like a banshee, she found a pair of pliers and got to work. He passed out. She pulled 2 teeth. He woke up grateful and lopsided. She's been in business ever since. Millie doesn't advertise. She doesn't need to. Word travels faster than a prairie fire in dry brush. Her tools are simple: whiskey, forceps, a scarf to muffle the noise, and a tin cup for the finish line. She's not alone. Across the frontier, other women, some trained, many not, stepped into the dental void. Midwives, healers, even school teachers took up the craft when there was no one else. They learned by doing, by watching, and by listening to pain. Historians still debate how many female dentists practiced out west. Records are sparse, names often lost to time. But newspaper clippings tell stories. A widow in Idaho who advertised as a lady tooth technician and only charged women half price. Two sisters in Arizona who ran a dentistry and hat repair shop. A former piano teacher who became the town's only extractor after pulling a sheriff's molar during a snowstorm. Millie shares a box of patient thank you notes. One simply reads, "Didn't scream. You're a saint." Another, "You saved my wedding smile." And another, in shaky handwriting, "I still can't chew, but I respect you." You ask if she ever faced trouble. She smiles. Plenty. Some men didn't like taking orders from a woman, especially not with their mouth open. One drunken cowboy once refused to pay. Millie chased him down Main Street with a broom. The next day, he returned, apologized, and brought her a new tin of clove oil. Back in town, you learn of a local legend, Miss Clarabelle Dunn, a dentist-midwife combo who claimed to have delivered 42 babies and extracted 144 teeth, not at the same time. Thankfully, Clarabelle reportedly carved her own tools from deer antlers, wore a pink bonnet to every extraction, and insisted on playing lullabies on her harmonica during procedures. She was both feared and loved. One journal entry from a patient reads, "She hummed 'Oh Susanna' as she pulled my molar. I forgave her by the third verse." You pass a wooden church where another woman, Doc Lizzie, held Sunday dental clinics after services. She preached compassion, then followed up with forceps. Her motto, "Save souls, save smiles." Even Native American and immigrant women practice folk dentistry in their communities, using herbal poultices, carved bone picks, and years of intergenerational knowledge. Often, they were more trusted than any traveling doctor in town. And yet, these women rarely made the history books. Their contributions were practical, local, quiet, but vital. They kept children from crying through the night, helped miners chew again, and gave grieving widows something to laugh about between sobs. As twilight brushes the hills, Millie walks you to the porch. "We weren't heroes," she says softly. "We were just needed. And that, out here, is more than enough." After a breakfast of stale cornbread and surprisingly spicy beans, you wander past the livery stable, following a curious trail of horseshoe prints, hoof grease, and something white and shiny in the dirt. You bend down. It's a horse tooth, big, curved, and about the size of your thumb. You blink, and just like that, today's story begins. Horse teeth versus human teeth. Who got better care in the Wild West? Spoiler, it's probably the horses. You duck into the stable, where a wiry man named Elbert Toothstick McGraw is elbow deep in the mouth of a very calm mule. He's filing something with a tool that looks suspiciously like a rasp you'd use on furniture. You clear your throat. He grins, revealing 2 molars and not much else. "Horse got a hook on her molar," he says. "Makes her bite weird." You nod, like that means something. He gestures you over. Want to feel it? You politely decline. See? Horses on the frontier were essential. They pulled wagons, chased cattle, carried mail, and occasionally outran bandits. So their mouths mattered. A lot. If a horse couldn't chew, it couldn't eat. And if it couldn't eat, it couldn't work. Which meant equine dental care was surprisingly sophisticated. Floating teeth, a gentle grinding to even surfaces. Cleaning feed debris, and checking for painful spurs were all part of a routine many cowboys knew better than brushing their own teeth. Historians still argue whether horses actually got better dental care than people, or just more consistent care. But evidence suggests many ranchers carried horsetooth files in their saddlebags, and absolutely nothing for their own mouths. You watch as Toothstick explains the basics. A horse's teeth never stop growing. Sharp edges can cut the tongue or cheek. Regular filing keeps their bite balanced and behavior in check. Compare that to human care, where people counted themselves lucky if they had someone aiming for the right tooth. You lean on a post as a young ranch hand brings in a pony and hands over a satchel of oats. She gets her teeth floated every spring, he says. But I ain't seen a dentist since I broke my front tooth on a fence post. You raise your eyebrows. He shrugs. Still whistles fine. Some ranchers believed a horse's temperament was directly tied to dental health. A cranky steed might not be mean, just molar cranky. This gave horses a distinct advantage. Someone actually tried to figure out what hurt. You wander into the tack room, where you find a pamphlet nailed to the wall. Tooth trouble in the stable. Float early. Float often. It's illustrated with a drawing of a smiling horse and a deeply unhappy cowboy. Art imitates life. Meanwhile, back in town, a man walks by, cradling his jaw. Cracked it on a biscuit, he mutters. Should have had the dentist see it last month. You ask if he's going now. Nah, he says. Got a horse appointment first? Of course, in one saloon journal. A bartender writes, My mare gets more checkups than I do. Though to be fair, she don't drink. You wonder if that's optimism or just another side effect of chewing tobacco. There are even reports of enterprising horse dentists, specialists who traveled from ranch to ranch just for equines. One such man, Floating Frank, claimed to be able to diagnose tooth pain by a horse's sneeze pattern. His real gift, however, was charging extra if the horse sneezed on him. You spend the afternoon shadowing Toothstick, who treats 3 more horses with calm confidence, then wanders over to the saloon and eats jerky with one of his 2 remaining molars. I trust the mule more than I trust Doc Smiley, he mutters. You're inclined to agree. As the sky turns apricot and the wind picks up, you sit by a fence and reflect on the strange truth of the frontier. If you were a horse, you got regular dental maintenance. If you were a person, you got whiskey, rope, and maybe a harmonica tune if the dentist was feeling musical. And yet, both man and beast endured. Teeth cracked, molars ground down, and life went on. Because in the Wild West, whether you had hooves or boots, the only real dental plan was don't die chewing. The breeze smells like iron and old flour as you cross the dry wooden bridge into Deadwood, a town with more legends than lampposts. Most folks here are familiar with Wild Bill Hickok or Calamity Jane, but today, you're chasing a different kind of legend, the kind that involves swindled gold, fake smiles, and the most ridiculous dental scam ever pulled west of the Mississippi. It begins, as all good Western scandals do, with a man and a suitcase. His name, Gentle George Barclay. His claim? A patented system of Insta-Smile gold implants. His credentials? Impeccable mustache, suspiciously white gloves, and not a single tooth of his own. You first hear about George from a gravedigger with a fondness for chewing on matchsticks. Sold gold teeth to half the town, he tells you. Trouble is, none of them were real gold or real teeth. Back in the 1870s, Deadwood was full of miners with sudden money and terrible molars. A perfect target market. Gentle George showed up with a suitcase full of gleaming dental samples and stories of working in the royal mouths of Europe. He wore spectacles without lenses and a vest that sparkled even in moonlight. He'd approach folks in saloons, churches, bathhouses, anywhere someone might smile or grimace and make his pitch. Want a grin like a banker? A bite like a bandit? Within a week, he had over 20 customers. He charged in advance, promising custom-fitted, gold-rimmed molars made with French precision and Swiss flair. Patients were asked to bite into soap molds. He'd collect their gold down payments, promise a return date, and vanish. Sometimes he showed back up a week later with finished implants that were clearly repurposed buttons, bottle caps, or, according to one furious customer, brass tokens from a bordello jukebox. One man bit into jerky with his new gold incisor and swallowed it whole. It left a metallic aftertaste and lasting emotional damage. Historians still argue whether George was a rogue genius or just a lucky crook. His scam was shockingly effective. He had charm, confidence, and a handy way of explaining failure. Oh, the tooth rejected the gold. That happens when your gums are too democratic. Local newspaper clippings show growing unrest. One ad in blocky, desperate type reads, "Wanted, George Barclay, tooth fraud and general nuisance. Reward, 2 real teeth and a warm meal." You find a stack of letters in the town archives addressed to the Office of Dental Integrity. Most of them complaints about George's methods. My gold tooth turned green. He told me it would whistle. It does, but only when I cry. He said this one was once worn by Lincoln. I doubt that. Eventually, George's luck ran out. He tried selling self-installing molars made from whittled peach pits. His final patient, a blacksmith named Mabel, bit down once, snapped the implant in half, and chased George clear into the Badlands with a frying pan and 3 furious dogs. Some say George was run out of town. Others claim he faked a gold-filling accident and disappeared with a barrel of molasses as camouflage. No one really knows. But for years after, Deadwood had a saying, "Smile wide, but count your fillings." You stroll past the former site of George's clinic, now a laundry shack, and notice a gleam in the dirt. You dig a little. It's a tiny brass disc stamped with the words, "Smile Stones by George." You hold it like a relic, unsure whether to laugh or check your own teeth. This wasn't the only dental scam in the Wild West. Across towns like Tombstone, Cheyenne, and Carson City, imposters promised pain-free extractions, miracle pastes, and glow-in-the-dark dentures. One man in Kansas sold invisible floss that turned out to be regular air. And yet, people bought in, not because they were foolish, but because they hoped. When you live in a world where even water might betray you, a little sparkle in your smile feels worth the gamble. You end the day back at the saloon, where a piano player with a suspiciously gold upper canine plays a mournful tune. You ask where he got the tooth. Trade secret, he says, then winks. It gleams just a little too much. By now, you've heard every tooth tale, from tugging molars in saloons to golden scams and harmonica-pulling duels. But as you meander through the back alleys of another sleepy western town, something familiar strikes you. The repetition, the rhythm, the simple truth that every third shop on this street offers extractions. There's Doc Elgin's feed and fillings. Next door, Mama Bell's biscuits and bicuspids. Across the way, Dan's dry goods and dentals. We sell beans and yank teeth. You pause in front of a shop with a giant tooth nailed above the door like a hunting trophy, painted below in fading red. That's gonna need pullin'. No frills, no promises, just the inevitable. And that's the thing. In the Wild West, dentistry wasn't a specialty. It was a commodity, a business like selling rope or shovels. People needed teeth pulled often, urgently, and without ceremony. And so, the town adapted. The phrase, "that's gonna need pullin'," became a catch-all. It meant pain. It meant inevitability. It sometimes meant you'd better start boiling the whiskey. Mothers said it to children. Ranch hands said it over beans. Even preachers worked it into sermons. Sin, like rot, festers unseen until it cries out. That's gonna need pullin'. You step into one of the many combo shops and are greeted by a smell somewhere between boiled leather and cinnamon tobacco. A sign on the wall reads, 2 for 1 Tuesdays, teeth or tack repairs. The man behind the counter waves with a pair of pliers. Here for a cinch or a canine? There's no fanfare, no nervous chatter, just another customer. This shop, like many others, treats extractions as routine. Tooth trouble was so common that it wasn't dramatic. It was scheduled. Something to fit between hauling water and cleaning your boots. Oh, you've got a premolar acting up? Put your name down after Martha and the mule. Historians still argue whether the frequency of extractions reflected poor hygiene or just hard living. But what's certain is that everyone expected to lose teeth. Most folks over 30 were already halfway through the process. You flip through a town ledger and spot an entry from a grocer's log. Monday, sold eggs, rope, and lent a chair to Clyde for pullin'. Tuesday, Martha lost a tooth, says she can whistle better now. Wednesday, tooth clamp broke again, fix with fence wire. Even medical journals from the time show just how embedded tooth pulling was in daily life. One doctor reported doing more extractions than births in a single year. Another, more poetically, wrote, "There are a few constants in the West. The sun rises, the cattle wander, and molars crack." You pass a classroom where a blackboard lesson reads, "T is for tooth. T is for tug." You chuckle until you realize it's not a joke. The children are practicing with little wooden models. Early education, never too soon to learn about molar mortality. A street vendor calls out from behind a cart loaded with fried pastries, "Buy 1 cruller, get 1 free peppermint compress." Another man stands nearby, offering tooth predictions, find out which one's next. There's even a kind of grim optimism about it all. A cowboy boasts he's only lost 4 teeth this year and might make it to winter with 3 more. A bartender offers soft cider for soft chewers. One old-timer whittles tiny coffins for extracted teeth and buries them ceremoniously under his porch. He says it keeps the pain from coming back. You end the day outside, that's gonna need pulling, sitting on a porch swing with a man nursing his jaw. Had it pulled 2 hours ago, he says. Didn't scream. You ask if it hurt. Sure, he replies. But pain's just the price of getting on with it. He grins, lopsided but proud. They always said I had a stubborn molar. Guess I finally showed it who's boss. And as the sun sets behind the dusty skyline, painting the town gold and rust, you realize this is what it meant to survive out here. Not just grit or bravery, but an entire culture that turned the routine agony of teeth into something shared, expected, even laughed about. Because out here, everything ends with the same knowing shrug. Well, that's gonna need pulling. You sleep that night with the window cracked, listening to the soft whinny of horses, the distant tap of boots on wooden planks, and a low, rhythmic whimper that might just be someone regretting a second helping of jerky or a midnight molar extraction. Either way, the sound fades into the kind of quiet you only get in towns where people are too tired to scream anymore. The next morning, you rise early and walk the town one last time, watching as it rubs the sleep from its gritty eyes. A woman sweeps her porch with one hand while holding a cloth to her jaw with the other. Down the street, a teenage boy flips a coin and mouths the words, "Heads I wait, tails I yank." It lands on its edge. He sighs and pockets it. You pass familiar places. The saloon, where teeth land in tin cups. The stable, where horses get more regular care than most humans. And the feed store that doubles as an informal gum clinic. But today, you're not visiting for a new story. You're just noticing the way people talk about teeth here. Not with fear, but with acceptance. It's time. It's been wiggling for weeks. Reckon it'll come out with the next sneeze. These aren't cries for help. They're simply facts of life, like cracked boots or burned beans. You stop by Millie the Molar's place, where she's already got a queue forming. She waves, offers you a seat, and asks if you want one pulled for the experience. You decline with a laugh, though part of you wonders what she charges for left-handed non-extractions. Nearby, a preacher delivers a brief blessing over a box of baby teeth being buried under a rose bush. From dust to gum, and gum to dust, he intones. It's oddly beautiful. At the post office, a notice board holds new flyers. Trade, 2 teeth for 1 wagon wheel. Gently used. Wanted, someone to pull my husband's tooth. I'll supply pie. Town record. Elmer lost 13 in one sitting. Try and beat that. You meet a former cowboy who shows you a necklace of small molars. His own. He claims, pulled every time he won a cattle race. His smile is soft, with just enough sparkle and one gold bicuspid to suggest he's only half joking. Even the children here talk teeth like currency. I got 2 wobbles and 1 almost out, a girl brags, her friend replying, bet I'll have mine pulled before school. You sip coffee at the general store as a man limps in with a swollen cheek and a stubborn gait. It's time, he mumbles. The clerk nods and hands him a folded towel, a shot of something brown, and a block of wood to bite. There's no panic, no drama, just the town's quiet, creaky way of dealing with pain. 1 tooth at a time. And maybe that's the lesson. After all, in the Wild West, survival wasn't always a dramatic shootout or a canyon standoff. Sometimes, it was knowing when to let go of a rotting incisor. Sometimes, it was trusting your neighbor with a wrench and a sense of rhythm. Sometimes, it was smiling through the gaps and whistling anyway. So tonight, as the wind rolls in, soft over the hills, and the lanterns burn low, you settle into your cot with a final image in mind: a tin cup, a pair of worn pliers, and a town that hums its lullabies in the key of C minor molar. Now, as you rest your head and feel the heaviness behind your eyelids, let's leave that dusty town behind. Let the creak of the dentist's chair fade. Let the clink of pliers quiet. And let the scent of old leather and peppermint oil drift away into sleep. Picture yourself walking out of that town under a wide violet sky. The stars begin to prick through the dusk like tiny teeth on a night that's finally exhaled. The air is cooler now, the wind gentle, and your boots make a soft rhythm on the dry road behind you. You're carrying no pain, no noise, just the warmth of stories tucked into your coat like extra pockets of comfort. You can still hear the faint harmonica, the jingle of a tooth wagon disappearing over the hill, and the slow, sleepy hush of a town that's learned how to carry pain without panic. The world quiets. Your breath slows. Your limbs melt gently into stillness. Out here, everything softens at night. Even aching jaws. Even creaky chairs. Even stories of pain. They all settle. Like dust after a stampede. You did good today, just by being here. By resting. By listening. So now, drift off easy. There are no more teeth to pull. Just dreams to hold on to. Sleep well, friend. We're heading somewhere, a little grimy. You're waking up in a hayloft outside a dusty western town. Your clothes are stiff with dried sweat and trail dirt. Your socks might be growing something that deserves a name. And the inside of your mouth feels like you slept with a horseshoe tucked under your tongue. Bathing? Yeah, that's going to be a whole thing. You probably won't survive this. And not because of shootouts or stampedes. Oh no. You'll go down swinging against the real enemy, communal bathwater, lye soap, and a complete lack of personal boundaries. You stretch your limbs and sit up. Dust swirls in the morning sunbeam, slicing through the barn wall. Somewhere below, a rooster screams like it's owed money. Your back cracks in at least 3 new places. There's hay in places hay should not be. And the smell, it's not quite you, but it's close. The town is just a short walk away. A little row of buildings slouched like they've given up. There's a saloon, a general store, a blacksmith, and, if you squint, a painted wooden sign that says, Baths 25C, swinging beside a lopsided porch. The promise of warm water is enough to carry you forward. Boots scraping through sand and memory. Your skin itches. You're fairly certain you'd start a fire if you walked too quickly. Historically, most people in the Wild West bathed less than once a week, often far less if they were traveling, ranching, or just plain broke. Cleanliness wasn't entirely ignored, but it was complicated. Soap was precious. Water wasn't always nearby. And privacy? Well, let's just say the concept was fluid. You pass a group of cattlemen arguing about who gets first dip at the bathhouse, and one mutters, "I'm sick of smelling like Earl." You do not ask who Earl is. You simply walk faster. Inside the general store, you peek at the shelf, bars of yellowish soap wrapped in old paper, marked lye and tallow, strong enough for clothes, probably safe for skin. That's comforting. Next to them, a sack of cornmeal and a single, sad bottle of hair tonic promising to grow virile curls. You consider buying it, but the bottle has teeth marks. You leave it be. You make your way to the bathhouse. Though the word feels generous, it's a shack, barely taller than a horse, and the interior smells like damp wood, mildew, and a hint of lavender, possibly from a previous occupant. A woman behind the counter squints at you and says, "You want the 15-minute splash or the full soak? We got soap if you didn't bring your own." You hand over 2 dimes and a nickel, the going rate for full soak and towel use. She gives you a wooden token with a number carved into it and points to a curtained room with a sigh that implies she's seen a lot worse. The tub is metal, dented, warmish. You sit down and try not to think about who was here before you. The water smells faintly of iron and regret. But hey, it's wet, and it's not moving. So it counts. As you ease yourself in, you imagine this is what civilization must feel like. Your skin begins to remember what it's like to breathe. Your toes uncurl. You might even sigh a little, though it comes out more like a gasp, because the water just got to your hips, and it is not as warm as advertised. Fringe records from travelers and soldiers in the 1800s tell us that even when bathing was available, it was often rushed, communal, and questionably clean. Some bathhouses changed water between clients. Others didn't. Historians still argue whether the average bather walked out cleaner or just redistributed the grime. You glance over. There's a bucket labeled rinse water and a sliver of soap that looks like it's seen things. You pick it up and try your best. You smell faintly of bacon fat, pine tar, and hope. Outside, you hear a harmonica start up. Someone singing a song about beans and lost love. You lean back in the tub and stare at the ceiling, where a single spider lowers itself like it's judging your technique. And you know what? You're okay with that. Because for now, you're warm. You're soaking. And for the first time in days, you don't smell like a campfire, an existential dread. You step out of the bathhouse and immediately feel like a fraud. Because while your skin technically touched water and you used something resembling soap, you can't shake the feeling that you've only shaved a thin layer off the filth. Your hair is still damp. Your shirt is clinging in places it never did before. And your boots now feel one size too big, thanks to swollen toes and misplaced ambition. Still, you're cleaner than 90% of the town. That's worth something. You start walking. The wooden boardwalk creaks beneath your feet as you pass 2 cowhands locked in a debate over who last cleaned their socks. One of them says, "I swear I turned 'em inside out on Tuesday." The other just sniffs and nods solemnly. You make a note never to borrow laundry advice from either. Down the road, you spot a curious sight, a man bathing outside, half submerged in what looks like a whiskey barrel. He waves. You wave back. He has bubbles in his beard and no shame in his eyes. This, it turns out, was more common than you'd think. Out in the frontier, people got creative. Water was precious, especially in drier parts of the West. So old barrels, troughs, and even tin wash basins were repurposed for the all-important task of washing off trail grime. You didn't need a porcelain tub. You just needed something that held water and didn't tip over when you sneezed. You pass a livery stable and notice a handwritten sign. Bath water, horse-free, mostly. It's unclear whether that's a guarantee or a challenge. You laugh quietly, then remember your own bath earlier, and wonder. A woman sits on her porch nearby, peeling apples and tossing the skins into a bucket. She glances up, eyes narrowing. You look fresh. You a banker? Or a corpse? You raise a hand? Just bathed. She nods. Then you're definitely not from around here. Historically, full bathtubs were rare. Most Western towns didn't have plumbing, and those that did used gravity-fed water systems. If you were lucky, if you were really lucky, you got hot water. But that usually meant someone had been boiling it over a fire for hours, which made long baths a luxury of either money, status, or sheer stubbornness. You watch as a young boy hauls a kettle from the general store toward a shack with a chimney, grunting under the weight. Ma said if I spill this, I sleep outside again. You decide not to follow. Instead, you head into the hotel. Not because you're staying there, but because you heard they have real tubs. The kind with clawed feet and, according to town gossip, a faucet that doesn't shriek like a goat when you turn it. The lobby smells like lemon oil and pipe smoke. A bell rings as you step in, and the clerk, who looks like he's been awake since 1849, offers a thin smile. Need a room or just a tub? You blink. Just a tub? He shrugs. Half our guests come in just to rent the water. Quarter of them never leave the tub. One fella proposed in there last week. You pay a quarter and follow a creaky staircase to room 2B. Inside, a beautiful white enamel tub gleaming under dusty sunlight. Next to it, a small shelf of folded towels and a glass bottle labeled rosewater that probably hasn't smelled like roses since Lincoln was alive. You run your fingers along the edge of the tub, still warm, still wet, and, yes, still contains a single sock floating defiantly in one corner. You fish it out with a spoon, because this is the West, and you adapt. As the water runs again, you glance out the window. The barrel bather is now asleep, face tilted to the sun like a drunk daffodil. A group of children are chasing a pig with what appears to be the remains of a parasol. And a dog is barking at a bucket. You sigh and slip into the tub again. Better this than the river. Or worse, the shared town bath. Fringe accounts tell us that communal bathing wasn't always a thing of shame. In some early Western towns, particularly those with diverse immigrant communities, bathhouses were based on traditions from Japan, China, or Eastern Europe. But American-born settlers often rejected these customs, seeing them as strange or unnecessary. Historians still argue whether this was cultural bias or just sheer stubborn individualism mixed with frontier stink. You lean back in your new temporary tub and try to forget the sock. The water laps at your shoulders, and for a brief moment, you feel like royalty. Dusty, questionable royalty, but royalty nonetheless. You're still damp when you wander into the saloon, which feels like a bold move. The air is thick with pipe smoke, spilled beer, and a suspicious scent that might be pickled eggs or possibly someone's foot. Either way, it's not what you'd call refreshing. A man at the bar leans back and sniffs in your direction. You smell like ambition? You nod. I bathed. He blinks, then tips his hat. Then you might want to sit far from the card table. They'll think you're a narc. Welcome to the Wild West, where being clean is occasionally considered a suspicious lifestyle choice. You take a seat near the wall and notice a sign carved right into the wood. Baths available. Ask for soap token. You raise a brow. Turns out, many saloons in frontier towns offered bath services on site or through attached bathhouses for a small fee, or in some places, a drink minimum. You could get a token that granted you 15 to 20 minutes in a back room with a tub, a towel, and whatever passed for soap. The man next to you, a wiry fellow with a mustache so large it deserves its own postal address, sees you staring at the sign. Don't let the token fool you. Sometimes the soap's already been, well, shared. You pause. Shared? He leans in, passed from hand to hand, like a secret, or a sneeze. You order a sarsaparilla and try to let that image wash over you more gently than the water in your last tub did. Soon, a barmaid named Liz slides into the seat across from you. She's carrying a bucket of sawdust, a mop, and a scowl. You're the one who used room 2 at the hotel, right? You freeze. Maybe. She rolls her eyes. Don't worry. Just tell me. Did you find the sock? You nod. Good. It belonged to the mayor's cousin. He's been mourning it all week. You want to ask why. But you've already learned the West is a place where some questions just don't get answers. Instead, Liz hands you something small and round, a brass token, warm from her pocket and embossed with a barely visible B for bath, or possibly bless this mess. You ask how often the tokens get reused. She shrugs. Until they get swallowed by a goat or lost in a card game. Whichever comes first. You tuck the token into your pocket. Even though you just bathed, it feels like insurance or currency in a place where neither coin nor soap is truly dependable. Behind the bar, a man begins setting out tin washtubs. Each one clangs as it hits the floor. Bath raffle tonight, he announces. Winner gets first water. Everyone else gets heritage. You chuckle until you realize he's serious. Yes, bath raffles were real. In some rougher saloons, weekly or monthly bath nights allowed patrons to compete for the chance to bathe first in a fresh tub of hot water. Everyone else went in afterward, often without draining or reheating the water. Second dip became both a practical term and an insult. Historians still argue whether this was a clever way to promote hygiene or a subtle form of hazing dressed up as self-care. The raffle begins. A rusty spittoon is passed around as a ballot box, and folks drop in bits of paper with their names, or nicknames, or doodles of what they hoped was a lucky fish. You pass. Because frankly, you've already had your miracle bath this week, and you're not ready to start a new life as third dip guy. Instead, you wander to the side wall where faded portraits hang. Some of them bathhouse owners. Some just proud locals wrapped in towels. One woman stands tall in a photo beside a copper tub, holding a bar of soap like it's a holy relic. You admire her confidence. Then you notice a small plaque beneath the photo. Gertrude Two-Bucket Mayfield, known for boiling bathwater twice. Legend. You whisper, Gertrude, you glorious scrub queen. And you mean it. Behind you, someone wins the raffle. Cheers erupt. The lucky fella struts toward the bath corner, like he just struck oil and love in the same minute. You glance at Liz, who just shakes her head and mutters, hope he brought his own towel this time. You take a sip of your drink, feel the sarsaparilla sting the back of your throat, and realize something surprising. This whole bath situation, it's not about luxury. It's about status. It's about resilience. And maybe a little bit. It's about community. Because out here, cleanliness isn't next to godliness. It's next to the poker table. You don't even want to know what the raffle winner paid for that first dip. Because minutes later, you watch him emerge from the back room of the saloon like a man reborn, shirtless, steam still rising from his shoulders, hair slicked back with a suspicious sheen. He looks 10 pounds lighter and 3 inches taller, mostly from the sheer spiritual lift of not smelling like regret. Cleanest man west of the outhouse, someone mutters as he strolls past, arms swinging like he owns the floorboards. And then he offers to sell you the bathwater. You nearly drop your sarsaparilla. This is real, because in a world where boiling water costs time, firewood, and risk of third-degree burns, that water is currency, or at the very least, negotiable property. Bathwater reuse was incredibly common on the frontier. One tub might serve 4, 5, even 6 bathers in succession. The lucky first bather got clarity. Everyone after that got progressively more broth than bath. The final person? Well, they basically marinated in town history. You glance toward the now empty washtub, where a haze still lingers like a ghost who can't take a hint. Next to it is a shelf of towels, neatly stacked and clearly damp. You don't ask why. Instead, you sit back and observe the next round of bathers shuffle forward, token in hand, expressions ranging from hopeful to already resigned. Some carry their own soap wrapped in wax paper. Others have small pouches of herbs, lavender, sage, mint, tied with string and thrown in like cowboy bath bombs. The man 2 spots ahead of you carries a rubber duck. You salute him. As the water cools, the mood shifts. You overhear one man grumble. Should have gone 3rd instead of 5th. Water's barely tepid and smells like stew. His friend replies, "That is stew. We're multitasking." They laugh, but you're not sure they're kidding. In many settlements, water was heated over open fires in cauldrons or iron kettles, sometimes repurposed from cooking. A few bathhouses even timed their bathing hours with stew prep, letting customers soak in one side of the kitchen while dinner bubbled away in the other. Efficiency or horror? Historians still argue whether this was clever resource use or just culinary negligence with a soap twist. You inch closer to the bathing area, not because you need to bathe again, but because you're fascinated by the ritual. The way each person folds their clothes carefully, as if afraid of judgment. The way they test the water with a pinky finger, face twitching. The way they lower themselves in, not with elegance, but with the resigned flop of someone embracing their choices. One woman lowers herself in and sighs, "Well, if I come out cleaner, it's by moral luck." Behind her, the bartender wipes down a counter that's seen too many elbows and possibly one ferret. He glances your way. You done watched 4 people bathe. You want in, or are you taking notes? You smile. A bit of both. He nods. "Journalists," he mutters, then spits in a nearby cup. You don't correct him. The water in the tub has darkened to the color of weak coffee. It shimmers with the oil of 4 different mustache creams and something that looks suspiciously like gravy. The 6th bather wrinkles his nose and tosses in a sprig of mint, whispering, "Sanctify this soup." You decide you're good for the day. As you walk away, someone calls out, "Hey, you forgot your soap." You turn. It's a small bar, carved with initials and worn to a curve that only fits the palm of someone with very specific regrets. You pocket it out of politeness, though it now resembles more talisman than tool. As you pass by the bar, Liz raises an eyebrow. Did you learn anything? You nod. Yes, never go sixth. She grins. Now you're ready for the West? Out here, bathing isn't just hygiene. It's hierarchy, it's politics, it's hope, defiance, and sometimes a little ridiculous. But that's the charm, right? You walk outside into the dusty evening, just as the breeze shifts. You smell smoke, horses, and distant chili. But somehow, just under all that, you still catch the faintest hint of mint and victory, and maybe a whisper of stew. You wake the next morning with a start, momentarily confused by how not horrible you smell. There's still a faint trace of mint, a little pine tar, and only the mildest suggestion of wet horse blanket. A vast improvement, but something's missing. Soap. You reach into your pack and pull out the bar from yesterday, now cracked, crumbling slightly at the corners, and somehow stickier than any soap has a right to be. You give it a cautious sniff. Yep. Still smells like old bacon and determination. Back in the 1800s, most people didn't buy soap from fancy shelves. They made it. Homemade lye soap was a staple on every frontier homestead. It was created by combining animal fat, usually pork or beef tallow, with wood ash to make lye, and then boiling it all together in a pot large enough to hold a family grudge. You stroll past the general store and see a sign that reads, Soaps, Gentle, Medium, or Punishment Strength. Below it, 3 bins, one with neatly wrapped bars, one with irregular chunks, and one that appears to be gently smoking. Naturally, you investigate. Inside the shop, a man with suspenders and a walrus mustache greets you. You need something for washing, scraping, or self-defense. You blink. Washing. He gestures to the first bin. That one's pine tar and lard, gentle on the skin, tough on vermin, popular with teachers and undertakers. You point to the middle. That? Bacon grease base. Makes you smell like breakfast. Unclear if it's good or a curse. And the last? He lowers his voice. We don't speak of the last. Naturally, you reach for it. The bar is dark, dense, and slightly warm to the touch, as if it remembers its own birth. You read the label. Ma Gristle's All-Truth Soap reveals shame, regrets, and skin. You decide against it. Soap wasn't just functional. It was social currency. Having soap meant you cared, not about appearance, necessarily, but about ritual, order, a shred of control in a lawless world. Some even believed soap had moral qualities. Clean body, clean soul. Others just appreciated not smelling like a turnip that lost a fight. You buy a bar of the pine lard blend and exit the store just in time to hear a shout from across the street. A traveling peddler set up shop near the well, hawking wares from a wagon labeled Doc Grumbly's Elixirs, Tinctures, and Hygiene Remedies, now with snake oil. You wander over. Need hair tonic? He asks. Or perhaps foot soak powder. Or, he holds up a jar. Cactus-based deodorant? You raise an eyebrow. That real? Real-ish, he replies. With an earnest nod. Frontier folk were endlessly creative. Some bathed with rainwater collected in barrels. Others relied on dusting powders, vinegar rinses, or herbal sachets stuffed into shirt collars. Soap wasn't always available or desired, and yet, somehow, everyone had a secret family recipe. Historians still argue whether these worked or simply masked odor with stronger, equally offensive ones. You buy the cactus deodorant. It smells like hope and pain. A woman next to you buys a vial of eucalyptus spirit. When asked what it does, she shrugs. My aunt used it for bathing, headaches, and warding off bad boyfriends. Multitasking. Classic West. That afternoon, you visit a ranch outside of town where they're preparing for Saturday night, aka bathing day. You're handed a chore list and a bar of soap the size of a brick. Your job? Heat the water. You join the others around a massive iron kettle set over a fire pit. The water bubbles ominously. A nearby woman stirs it with a stick longer than a broom handle. We bathe in shifts, she explains. Youngest to oldest, or fastest to slowest, depends on the day. You peek into the ranch house. There's a washroom. Yes, but also an open back porch, where buckets and ladles line up like soldiers waiting for duty. A tin tub sits under the porch awning, half filled already and steaming lightly in the sun. Don't forget the soap rotation, someone calls. Soap rotation. Turns out, every person gets 2 passes with the bar. 1 for major areas, 1 for secondary zones. After that, it's passed to the next bather. There's also a communal wash rag that's boiled in between uses. Sometimes. You nod. Silently vow to go first or not at all. As you help pour hot water into the tub, a boy runs past shouting, Mama says if I don't wash behind my ears, I'll dream of rattlesnakes again. You respect the strategy. Eventually, the first bather climbs into the tub with a yelp, followed by a sigh, followed by the unmistakable sound of soap hitting floorboards and being chased by a broom. It's chaotic. It's ridiculous. It's hygiene. Western style. You think about the bathhouse. You think about the ranch. But this morning, you're craving something wild, something free, something unfiltered. So naturally, you head for the river. You hike through dusty sagebrush, past the general store, beyond the last water trough, and down a narrow trail that smells of creosote and last week's biscuits. The path dips into a shallow valley, where a thin ribbon of water shimmers in the sun. The river's slow and clear, bordered by smooth stones and a scattering of wildflowers pretending not to notice the smell of old boots drifting on the breeze. You unlace your boots and wade in. And it is, of course, freezing. The kind of cold that makes your soul momentarily question your entire life trajectory. But it's clean. Mostly, you sink down with a breath that could double as a yelp and let the water drag yesterday off your skin. Dragonflies flit past. A frog watches you with judgmental serenity somewhere upstream. A horse whinnies, possibly warning the fish. Bathing in rivers and streams was common for folks who didn't live near towns or wanted to avoid the gossip of bathhouses. It was efficient, mostly private, and wildly unpredictable. You never knew if you'd get clear water or be joined by a cow. Or worse. A local woman once told you she swam here every week until the day she found herself sharing the water with a group of bandits washing their socks and airing their secrets. You glance upstream, just in case. Aside from a squirrel doing yoga on a tree branch, you seem to have the place to yourself. You use your pine lard soap, lather up, and then realize it's floating downstream. You chase it, slipping on a smooth stone and falling into the current with all the grace of a drunken duck. You resurface triumphantly, soap in hand, ego bruised, but spirit intact. This, you think, is what it means to earn your cleanliness. On the far bank, a bearded man appears with a washboard, a bucket, and a jar of pickles. He nods. You nod back. No further explanation is required. Soap in the West wasn't always a given. Some folks used sand to scrub dirt off their skin, or ashes mixed with animal grease, or even stiff brushes made of straw and stubbornness. Historians still argue whether frontier people actually got clean, or just achieved a state of less grimy. The man across the river opens the jar of pickles, eats one, and places the rest in the water to cool him down. You choose not to ask questions. The river holds many mysteries. You finish rinsing, shake off like a half-human, half-coyote creature, and dress in the sun-warmed shade of a cottonwood tree. Your shirt clings in all the wrong places. Your belt squeaks, but you feel not fresh. Let's not get carried away, but certainly less haunted by whatever lived in your socks yesterday. You dry your hair with a bandana that smells faintly of coffee and horses. You call that an upgrade. A fish jumps. The man with the pickles salutes you with his washboard. You respond with your soap bar. He smiles. Good brand. Won't kill the trout. Probably. You decide you've done enough river bonding for one morning. As you hike back toward town, you pass a group of school children playing leapfrog near a water barrel. One of them trips, lands with a splash, and immediately begins scrubbing their arms with gravel and joy. You remember doing that once? It worked? Sort of. You walk slower now. The dust on your boots doesn't bother you. The wind through the canyon smells sharp and clean, like sun-warmed sage and far-off rain. And for once, you don't itch in 12 different places. Later, back in town, someone passes you and sniffs. You bathe in the river. You nod. He leans in. You see the soap-stealing raccoon? You pause. No. He shrugs. Next time, and walks away. You make a mental note to bring a backup bar. The Wild West had 100 ways to get clean. None of them easy. All of them uniquely human. And whether you boiled water on a stove, chased your soap down a creek, or outwitted a raccoon with hygiene ambitions, one thing remained constant. Cleanliness wasn't a given. It was a battle. And sometimes you lost. But not today. Today, you smell almost like eucalyptus. Back in town, you're feeling confident, radiant, even. You're clean by frontier standards, which is to say, you no longer actively repel wildlife. The sun is high, your boots are dry, and you haven't sneezed out trail dust in nearly an hour. It's time to tackle something even more dangerous than communal bathwater. Frontier gender norms. Because as clean as you feel right now, if you were a woman on the frontier, bathing wouldn't be a mild inconvenience. It'd be a logistical operation requiring strategy, muscle, and the patience of a saint. You head to a boarding house run by a woman named Miss Clara. The sign outside says, laundry, hot meals, hotter tea. Inside, it smells like boiled linens, lavender, and opinions. Clara greets you with a firm handshake and a squint. You look like you just learned how to be civilized. Good for you. You nod. I bathed. She grins. We all start somewhere. Clara ushers you through the kitchen to a back room, where her daughters are hauling kettles and stacking firewood. The centerpiece of the room is a tin tub resting on bricks, surrounded by towels and a folding screen that's seen better centuries. This, she says, is what we call privacy theater. She's not wrong. For women in the West, privacy while bathing was rarely guaranteed. Most homes didn't have a dedicated bathroom. Instead, tubs were set up in kitchens or bedrooms, often screened by blankets or repurposed quilts. Water was heated over fires, carried by hand, and poured one agonizing kettle at a time. You offer to help, and soon find yourself elbow deep in a steaming kettle, carefully pouring water into the tub while Clara stirs lavender into a cloth sachet. Keeps the bugs off and the spirits away, she explains. One of her daughters rolls her eyes. Last time we used rosemary, Mama said it attracted ghosts. Clara sniffs. Only the judgmental kind. As the water level rises, Clara explains the ritual. She bathes first, then her daughters. Then the tub is emptied, rinsed, and left to dry in the sun. Bath day is sacred and scheduled. Once a week, never missed. Rain or shine. But what if someone's sick? You ask. She shrugs. Then we boil everything twice, or we just lie and say we did. Same effect. Soap for women was often homemade, like everyone else's, but scented with herbs, flowers, or even crushed berries. Anything to add a bit of dignity to the experience. Clara pulls out a bar shaped like a heart, wrapped in lace. Made this from goat fat and rose petals, she says proudly. Smells like a garden. Feels like gravel. You don't doubt it? She hands you a towel that's been embroidered with the phrase, cleanliness before courtship. You raise an eyebrow. Clara chuckles. We believe in hygiene as foreplay. The daughter nearby groans audibly. Historians still argue whether frontier women bathed more often than men. Clara continues. I argue yes, because we had better reasons. Men bathed to stop stinking. Women bathed to survive. You pause. She's not wrong. Cleanliness for women wasn't just comfort. It was about health, appearances, even protection. A clean woman was seen as respectable. A dirty one? Well, she might as well have robbed the stagecoach. Later, you sit on the porch while Clara's youngest hangs towels on a line. Ever bathe in a river? She asks. You nod. Yesterday. She grins. Mama says the river's fine unless there's bandits upstream or raccoons with bad manners. The raccoon myth persists. A few minutes later, the older daughter emerges, hair still damp, wrapped in a quilt. She looks calm, radiant, like she's been scrubbed free of dust, chores, and maybe 2 or 3 bad memories. She sees you, narrows her eyes, and mutters, If you track dirt on the porch, I will find you. You hold your hands up. I'm clean. She sniffs. We'll see. You walk away from the boarding house with a deeper appreciation for the true Wild West bath warriors. The ones who boiled, stirred, screened, and scented their way through every dusty week, without complaint, mostly. Because behind every frontier man who hadn't washed in a month was a woman boiling water, muttering, Lord, take him or scrub him. You've earned your bath badge and your herbal respect. But today, you're headed somewhere new, out past the church, beyond the grain mill, and into ranch land, where dirt clings like gossip and bathing is a team sport. A rancher named Big Ed greets you with a handshake like a shovel and breath that smells faintly of beans and boot polish. It's Saturday, he says. You came on rotation day. You nod solemnly, pretending you know what that means. Inside the ranch house, the air is thick with the smell of boiling water, wet wool, and determination. There's a list nailed to the wall. Bath order, do not swap, no excuses. You see names, birth years, and asterisks next to a few. Sammy, last time he skipped neck. Lou sneezes in the tub. You realize bathing here is serious business. Ed leads you out back, where a massive copper tub sits in the middle of a wide porch, surrounded by barrels, ladles, and a single brave towel pinned to a line like a flag of surrender. It's steaming. It's inviting. It's already occupied. A toddler splashes gleefully, supervised by a woman peeling potatoes and occasionally shouting, "Stop drinking it." You step back. "Don't worry." Ed chuckles. "We swap water every 3 folks, mostly." You sit with the others waiting their turn. The air smells of pine soap, wet boots, and raw onions. One man is humming, another is sharpening a comb. Someone's playing a banjo that only knows 2 chords. Bath day on a ranch wasn't just hygiene. It was ritual, a communal reset. Everyone worked all week, sweated into leather saddles and dusty shirts, then lined up like saints for a moment of steam and soap. "Got your own bar?" Ed asks. You hold up your pine lard special. He inspects it, sniffs it, then nods. Respectable. Not as nice as Lorna's squirrel oil blend, but it'll do. You pause. Squirrel. He grins. Long story. Smells like almonds. Lorna waves from across the porch, holding a ladle and what appears to be a bucket of dried lavender. You itchy? She shouts. You shake your head vigorously. Eventually, the toddler is lifted from the tub, toweled off, and replaced by a young ranch hand who steps in with all the grace of a frightened mule. Cold, he yells, even though steam is rising visibly. My toes curled backward. You're handed a cup of strong tea laced with mint and something probably medicinal. Ed claps a hand on your shoulder. We make our own soap, you know, goat fat, pine ash, and just a dash of mind your manners. You chuckle. That last part's optional. He shakes his head. That's the binding agent. The bathwater begins to darken by round 3. Someone adds another kettle of boiling water and tosses in a burlap bag filled with something that smells like pepper and pine cones. Custom blend, Ed explains. Keeps mosquitoes away. And ex-wives. Allegedly. Historians still argue whether ranch communities maintained better hygiene than city dwellers. Some say yes, because ranchers had space, water, and habits born of routine. Others argue they were too busy chasing cows and dodging gopher holes to bother. By the time it's your turn, the water has a faint greenish tinge and a few floating petals. You sigh, strip down behind a screen made from an old quilt, and lower yourself into what can only be described as generational tea. It's warm, comforting, slightly spicy. You relax. Above you, the sky is streaked with gold. Someone starts singing a hymn off-key. A goat walks past with a dish rag in its mouth. The breeze smells of horses and sagebrush. And for a brief moment, you could swear you're clean inside and out. Then someone sneezes into the kettle. And you remember why hygiene is a gamble out here. Still, the water soothes your muscles. You close your eyes. You dream briefly of porcelain tubs, hot running water, and soap that doesn't smell like lunch. But when you open them, you're still on a ranch in the middle of nowhere, floating in a tub that's seen 5 feet, 4 elbows, and one mysterious button. You towel off, thank Ed, and limp off the porch feeling like a boiled potato, but in a good way. And when you pass the towel line, you whisper thanks to the brave souls who came before you and left it just clean enough to hope again. You'd think, after the communal ranch tub, nothing could surprise you. But this morning, you're heading to one of the most prestigious washing establishments on the western frontier, the Railroad Bathhouse, built beside the rail line like a temple to steam, metal, and mildew. It caters to train conductors, engineers, mail clerks, and anyone else desperate enough to pay 2 bits for a bath and not ask too many questions about who used it before. The place has a faded sign with elegant lettering: Central Pacific Cleansing Rooms, hot water, cold towels, no fighting. You step inside. A bell rings, not politely, more like a warning. The bathhouse smells like cedar planks, singed mustache wax, and ambition. A woman behind the counter looks up from her ledger and squints. You got your own towel? You nod. Soap? You nod again. Willing to sign a waiver? You pause. She sighs. Just kidding. Unless you're fancy. You pay your 2 bits and are handed a wooden key with the number 412 carved into it. Down the hall, 3rd door, after the coal bucket. You follow the creaky floorboards, passing rooms that echo with splashes, sneezes, and the occasional philosophical monologue. Room 412 is, indeed, sandwiched between 2 full-size doors. Yours is half width, half height, and possibly not meant for humans above 5'5". You duck inside. The room contains a copper tub, a small window, and a mirror that looks like it's been judging people since 1860. You fill the tub using 2 pipes, one hot, one cold, that groan like elderly cattle each time you turn them. You catch your reflection and wave. It does not wave back. Railroad bathhouses were essential for workers traveling long distances. The soot, grease, and long shifts made regular bathing a necessity, and also a luxury. Some companies offered bath tokens as part of wages. Others deducted bath fees straight from paychecks, and still others just didn't. You sink into the tub and hear a train whistle in the distance. It's oddly soothing. You imagine the steam engines, the miles of track, the endless landscapes, and the laundry list of smells those conductors carried with them. Someone knocks on your door. 5 minutes, buddy, we rotate. You sigh and lather quickly. Baths here weren't for lounging. They were for efficiency. Soap was provided, usually a coarse, no-nonsense block labeled only soap. But you're glad you brought your pine lard blend, now softened at the corners and smelling faintly of your dignity. As you scrub, you spot an inscription carved into the tub's edge. Fitz bathed here. Twice. Survived. Encouraging. You rinse, stand, and reach for your towel, only to discover it now smells like the inside of a telegraph office. You accept your fate and dry quickly. Outside, men are queuing up, holding soap bars like passports and sharing stories about water temperature like stock reports. I got medium warm 2 days ago, one says wistfully. I got actual hot water last week. Another brags, nearly cried. Yeah, says a third. I got tepid and a frog. No one wins, but everyone nods respectfully. You walk out with wet hair and a vaguely restored sense of self. The woman at the counter gives you a once-over and mutters, "Don't forget to shake your boots. Last week we lost a guy to a salamander." You thank her Shake your boots, no salamander, and step back into the sunlight. Bathhouses like this popped up along major trade and transit routes. They weren't glamorous, but they were practical. And they helped frontier folks stay just clean enough to avoid disaster, or at least scandal. Historians still argue whether bath tokens were a privilege or an exploitation tactic. Some workers cherished them. Others saw them as a reminder that even hygiene came with a price tag. You walk back toward town, towel over your shoulder, pine lard soap now half its original size, and your skin tingling slightly, either from cleanliness or pipe minerals. A man passing by sniffs and nods. Railroad tub? You nod. Respect. That's real water, not just hope and perfume. Later, sitting outside the livery stable, you watch a group of travelers disembark from a train. One of them steps off, takes a deep breath, and says, "I smell cedar and sulfur." Someone else replies, "That's the bathhouse. Try not to breathe too deep." You smile, because out here, even a 5-minute soak in room 412 can make you feel like royalty, or at least like someone who won't be mistaken for a scarecrow in court. And that's enough. You wake up today with your hair doing something violent and your knees making mysterious noises. Clearly, it's time to try something more luxurious, a natural hot spring. Because if the saloon bathhouse was chaotic, and the ranch tub was communal, and the railroad bath was practical, then a hot spring is the Wild West's version of spa day, with bonus sulfur and occasional bears. You follow an old trail out of town, boots crunching on gravel, passing through mesquite groves and hawk-shadowed canyons. You spot steam rising in the distance like a beacon of hope, or possibly a boiling coyote. One never knows. After 2 hours of hiking, you find it, a rocky pool tucked between sandstone bluffs, with steam curling gently into the sky, like it's exhaling centuries of secrets. You're not alone. A wiry old man sits in the water up to his chest, sipping something from a tin mug and wearing nothing but a hat. "Morning," he says. "Water's hot. Mind the rocks. One of 'em's cursed." You nod, step carefully, and ease in. The heat is immediate. It's like soaking in a mug of bone broth flavored with regret and relief. Your muscles unclench. Your worries melt. You suddenly remember how to breathe from your toes. Natural hot springs were known across the frontier for their healing properties, real and imagined. Some contain minerals like sulfur, iron, and magnesium, which could ease aches, skin irritations, and the general feeling of being alive during the 1870s. You feel the heat rising from below, tingling your spine. The old man sips again. "Last week, a preacher came through, claimed the spring cured his back and his gambling problem. I say the heat just made him nap so long, he missed the poker game." You laugh. A dragonfly lands on your knee. You feel one with nature, until something brushes your foot. You leap, splash, and hear the old man say, "Just a frog," or the ghost of hygiene past. You settle again. The water smells faintly of eggs and miracles. Across the spring, 2 women are whispering over a bucket of herbs. One tosses in a bundle of rosemary and wild sage, releasing a scent so strong it could cleanse your taxes. Turns out, people often brought their own ingredients to enhance the spring. Lavender for calm, eucalyptus for aches, and chili flakes for reasons that are still debated. Historians still argue whether these add-ins had medicinal merit or were just early aromatherapy with frontier flair. A rider arrives, ties his horse to a juniper tree, and strips down without hesitation. He mutters a prayer, steps in, and exhales so forcefully it echoes off the canyon walls. Wife made soap again, he explains. Smells like regret and pickled eggs. You nod solemnly. Mine too. The spring starts to fill up. A barber, a school teacher, a man who sells lantern wicks and conspiracy theories. The vibe is half religious, half backwoods community meeting. Everyone soaks, everyone sighs. No one asks questions about the floating objects. You overhear someone say, "This spring's been here since the Comanches. They used it, too." Another adds, "Yup. And before that, the mammals, the size of hippos." You consider whether you're now part of an unbroken line of dusty creatures hoping to feel a little less crusty. Even in the Wild West, hot springs were sacred to many native peoples long before settlers showed up with soap and sinus infections. Some tribes believed the waters had spiritual properties. Others simply appreciated the heat and the health benefits. You lean back, let the warmth reach your ears, and feel your tension dissolve. Then, suddenly, a splash. A bear lumbers to the edge of the spring, stares at the group, then slowly turns and walks away, visibly unimpressed. The old man mutters, "Not hot enough for him, I guess." You remain frozen. The dragonfly stays on your knee, entirely unfazed. Later, as the sun dips low and bathers begin to leave, someone offers you a tin of balm made from beeswax, lanolin, and a prayer to Saint Soap. You apply it to your chapped hands, and for the first time in days, they stop squeaking. You leave the spring cleaner, smoother and deeply wrinkled, but in the satisfying way. As you hike back to town, steam still clinging to your hair, you feel something strange. You feel refreshed. Out here, hot water doesn't come easy. But when it does, when it's from the earth, surrounded by strangers turned quiet friends, watched over by bears and dragonflies, it feels less like bathing and more like remembering what your body is supposed to feel like. You return to town looking like someone who just discovered what joints are supposed to feel like. Your skin glows slightly. Your boots squelch slightly. And your sense of superiority is now at dangerous levels. Time to bring yourself back down to dusty earth with the frontier hotel bath. It's marketed as civilized, modern, and entirely free of livestock, which already puts it ahead of most options. You check into the Prairie Rose Hotel, an establishment with lacy curtains, mysterious drafts, and a woman behind the desk who appears to have personally judged everyone who ever stayed there. "Room with a tub?" she asks, eyes narrowed like she can tell how many days you've gone between soaks. You nod. She slides over a key and a small bar of soap wrapped in brown paper labeled, "Imported from St. Louis. Smells like lemon. Works like thunder." Your room is on the second floor, and the plumbing makes itself known before you even open the door. A chorus of groans, hisses, and glugging sounds plays behind the walls like a ghost orchestra tuning up. Inside, the tub is freestanding, cast iron, and covered in floral decals that may or may not be bullet holes painted over. The window overlooks the general store's roof, and the towel rack is already leaning at a concerning angle. You turn on the taps. Nothing happens. You wait. Still nothing. Then, without warning, Both pipes erupt with a spray of water so violently enthusiastic you nearly lose your eyebrows. The hot water comes first, scalding, furious, followed by the cold, which takes 5 full minutes and one emotional monologue to kick in. You adjust the mix until it feels like non-lethal bathwater and slide in. Ah, hotel baths were a luxury in the Wild West. Only the more successful or better-funded establishments had plumbing systems, and even those were temperamental. Some pumped water from rooftop barrels, others from ground tanks warmed by stoves. Pressure depended entirely on luck, prayer, and recent rainfall. You relax into the tub, soap in hand, and stare at the ceiling, which is cracked but painted with faint stars. You lather up and notice that the St. Louis soap really does smell like lemon and something else. Is that cinnamon? Gunpowder? Regret? Hard to tell, but it works. Halfway through your bath, the pipes scream again. The water pressure drops to a trickle, then surges suddenly, splashing half the tub's contents onto the floor. You adjust your expectations, towel off, and find that the towel is surprisingly clean. Scratchy. Yes. Made of fibers once used in wagon wheels. Maybe. But clean. You towel your hair dry in front of a mirror so warped it could host philosophical debates with itself. You look vaguely like yourself, but better. The kind of better that only comes from warm water, decent soap, and not having to worry about frogs or raccoons this time. You sit in the room's creaky chair and sip from a chipped porcelain cup of lukewarm tea left by the staff. It tastes like sagebrush and hope. From downstairs, a piano begins to play. Out of tune, passionate. You glance back at the tub and notice a small brass plaque at the base. Donated by Mrs. Eliza Trumbull, in honor of her third husband, who once bathed twice in 1 month. Historians still argue whether frontier hotels helped spread hygiene awareness or just gave people new things to complain about. Plumbing, after all, is a fickle god. You lie back on the bed, hair still damp, arms clean, and for the first time in days, you no longer smell like regret and saddle grease. The ceiling fan spins slowly above you. And you wonder, how many people bathed in this very tub? How many wandered in coated in trail dust and bad decisions, only to emerge lemon-scented and slightly hopeful? You smile, because no matter how wild the West was, someone still thought to paint stars on the ceiling. And that counts for something. You wake to the faint smell of biscuits, boot polish, and a whiff of something floral. Not exactly luxurious, but it beats the aroma of last week's socks. You stretch, yawn, and stare fondly at the now drained clawfoot tub. It has served you well, but now you want to see how the upper crust cleaned themselves. Not the everyday cowpoke or soot-smeared rail worker, but the rich folks. The ones who wore gloves to breakfast and had servants boil their bath water while they discussed horse breeding scandals over tea. So, naturally, you sneak into Mrs. Dalrymple's boarding estate for distinguished persons. A towering white home with laced windows, decorative columns, and a strict no muddy boots policy, which you circumvent by wearing your socks and a winning smile. Inside, everything smells faintly of lavender and judgment. You're greeted by a butler whose expression suggests he's been silently disappointed in people since the Crimean War. "I presume you're here for the social bath," he says, not even blinking. You nod. He leads you down a hallway with so many doilies you briefly worry about suffocating. Finally, he opens a door to reveal a scene so pristine it makes your knees lock. A marble bath, actual marble, with etched roses and towel hooks that gleam like moonlight on silver cutlery. The room is warm. A fire crackles softly in the hearth. There's a table with neatly folded linens, a porcelain pitcher of rose water, and an actual clock on the wall. Because here, time is measured, not lost between cattle stampedes. You're invited to sit in a velvet-upholstered chair and sip from a china cup. The tea has a faint hint of something floral and confusing, probably imported. A woman in a bustle passes by, holding a small bottle labeled cucumber water for the delicate nostrils. You decide to keep breathing through your mouth. Bathing among the wealthy was equal parts cleanliness, status, and theater. Servants prepared the water, brought in copper tubs, or, in the most luxurious homes, filled indoor plumbing systems, and provided everything from perfume soaps to embroidered face towels. You lower yourself into the marble tub and are immediately reminded that being rich doesn't always mean being warm. The water is chilly, elegantly cold. Like the Queen of England has personally ordered it to stay under 70 degrees. A young maid enters quietly, places a bottle on the edge of the tub, and whispers, "Milk, for the skin." You blink. "Excuse me?" Powdered goat milk and crushed apricot kernels. Soothes the nerves. You nod. Of course. You add a small scoop to the bath, and it dissolves like moonlight. Your skin, predictably, begins to smell faintly like breakfast. This feels both luxurious and confusing. Historians still argue whether powdered milk baths provided actual benefits or were just 19th century spa placebo. But the elite swore by them. Cleopatra didn't die for this recipe to be ignored. You spot a tray of soaps nearby, each embossed with initials and tied with tiny ribbons. You choose one labeled lemon myrtle and sage for Tuesdays. It foams like a dream and smells like the inside of a polite letter. A man in pinstripes steps into the room behind you. Not into the bath, thankfully, just into the lounge area near the fire. "Cold today," he says, sipping something from a crystal glass. "Might skip the rinse." You nod. "I think my toes have stopped talking to me." He chuckles. "They'll come around." A nearby wall bears a painting of a swan bathing itself in what appears to be a golden puddle. You wonder how long the artist was paid to paint just the bubbles. As you scrub behind your ears with a cloth that feels like it was blessed by angels, you consider how different this is from the creek, the railroad tub, or that questionable soap booth behind the general store. Here, hygiene isn't survival, it's a statement. The water grows tepid, and a discreet knock on the door signals your time is nearly up. You step out, dry off with a towel that weighs more than your dignity, and wrap yourself in a robe that smells like pressed flowers and generational wealth. Before you leave, you glance once more at the tray of soaps and the pitcher of rosewater. You almost miss the dirt. Almost. Because the wild truth is, the West didn't just contain dust and danger. It contained a full range of cleanliness, from desperate scrubbing to perfumed lounging. And no matter your budget, bath time was, at its core, a ritual, whether for purity, pride, or just the joy of not sticking to your own shirt. You return to town walking slower than usual, possibly because you're afraid of sweating again. Tonight, the air is heavy with sage and silence. You've tried the bathhouse, the spring, the hotel, the ranch. But now it's time to explore the most mysterious and underdiscussed form of Wild West hygiene, the dry bath. Yes, a bath, with no water. You're skeptical, naturally. But word around town says old Miss Beasley, who lives up past the canyon in a shack that leans slightly eastward, has perfected the technique. So off you go, on foot, because your horse smelled you coming and ran off. The trail winds upward, past scrub brush and jackrabbit hideouts. By the time you reach Beasley's door, your socks have taken on the personality of antique cheese. You knock. The door creaks open. Beasley, beard like tumbleweed and eyes like forgotten mail, greets you with a sniff. You look dirty, he says cheerfully. Come in. His cabin smells like tobacco, cedar shavings, and suspicious confidence. In the center of the room stands a large barrel filled not with water, but with ash, wood ash, fine, soft, pale gray, like someone ground up all of winter and decided to soak in it. You raise an eyebrow. Dry bath, he announces, pointing dramatically. Takes the stink right off. You blink. How? He grins. Friction, tradition, and a little magic, probably. Beasley explains, before soap was widely available, and especially in desert climates or during water shortages, folks sometimes used ash, sand, or even cornmeal to scrub dirt and oils from their skin. No water needed. Just rub, dust, and repeat. It sounds insane. But Beasley gestures toward a pile of old shirts that smell, shockingly, like nothing. You take off your coat and step up to the barrel. Don't inhale too deep, he warns. You plunge your hands in. It's soft, like powdery flour. You rub some along your forearms, your neck, even your scalp. And it kind of works. The ash absorbs oil. The fine particles polish your skin. You emerge dusty, yes, but also weirdly refreshed, like a mummy at a spa retreat. Good, ain't it? Beasley cackles, tossing you a stiff brush made from horsehair. Give your boots a scrub. They've got opinions. You sit on a barrel and brush away weeks of grime. Your boots go from graveyard chic to plausibly alive. Your skin feels smooth. Your clothes don't stick. And your armpits, well, they still smell like you. But less angrily. Dry bathing wasn't just a frontier eccentricity. Many indigenous communities across the Americas had forms of dust cleansing, using special clays or herbs. In other parts of the world, especially desert cultures, similar practices helped people maintain hygiene without draining precious water. Historians still argue whether these methods were truly effective or just the placebo effect with better marketing. Beasley doesn't care. He just pours you a cup of strong, bitter coffee and offers you a seat beside the stove. Water, he mutters, is for drinking. Dust is for scrubbing. Soap is for sissies. You decide not to challenge the man holding the fire poker. As the evening deepens, Beasley tells you stories of outlaws who dry bathe to avoid leaving wet footprints, of ranchers who rub themselves with cornmeal before dances, then dust it off under the moonlight like dramatic raccoons. He shows you a pouch filled with dried lavender and sage, his finishing powder. He calls it, you rub a little on your collar. You smell like a reasonable human for the first time in 3 towns. Outside, coyotes howl. Beasley smiles. They can smell weakness. You, though, you smell like baked earth and bad decisions. You grin. Because out here, even dry dirt can be a bath. Even ash can make you feel a little less like you've been dragged behind a stagecoach. You say your goodbyes, shoulders powdered, boots clean, skin tingling faintly, like you've angered a fireplace in the best way. As you walk down the hill, you pass a group of children chasing each other with handfuls of ash. "It's my turn for the bath," one shouts. The other squeals. "Not if I dust you first." You shake your head. Maybe Beasley's not so crazy after all. You've been wet, dry, scrubbed with pine ash, dunked in goat milk water, blessed with lavender, cursed by frogs. And yet, your journey isn't quite complete. Today, you venture into perhaps the most personal, least standardized, and absolutely most improvised kind of hygiene in the Wild West. The traveler's bath, which is to say, whatever you can do, wherever you are, with whatever you've got. You're riding on a stagecoach now, rattling your way across 60 miles of heat, prairie, and existential reflection. Beside you is a man named Levi, who hasn't washed his hat, or himself, since President Polk. You lean out the window for air, your hair whipping like a flag of surrender. After hours of dust and jostling, the coach pulls over near a watering hole. The driver shouts, "10 minutes! Water up or smell forever." Everyone disembarks. You find a patch of shade, pull out your travel sack, and begin the sacred ritual. Tin basin rag with personality soap the size of a flattened muffin. Small comb carved from the horn of something extinct. You pour water into the basin, just enough to cover your knuckles. It's lukewarm, vaguely green, and smells like ambition. You wet the rag, soap it up, and begin wiping yourself down, neck, arms, behind the ears, wrists. The trick is using small areas of cloth and pretending this counts as a full cleanse. Levi watches. "You doing a rag bath?" You nod. He spits into the dust and says reverently, "Good choice. I dry scrubbed with old coffee grounds once. Didn't feel right for a week." You continue. Under each arm, around your collar, down your legs. It's more like a suggestion of cleanliness, but it works. You feel slightly less like a barn ghost, slightly more like a real person. Across the field, a woman is shaking out a blanket and rubbing her face with what looks like mint leaves. Another is sprinkling crushed chamomile into a scarf before tying it around her neck like a perfume bandit. Improvisation was the name of the hygiene game when traveling. Sometimes you used water from a canteen. Sometimes you scrubbed with sand. Sometimes you dried off with a page of the local newspaper and called it innovation. Historians still argue whether these methods were effective or merely less terrible than nothing. But frontier folks made it work. Levi pulls out a bottle of something and offers it. Snake oil cologne. Smells like pine, vinegar, and power. You accept a dab. It's sharp. It stings. It definitely does something. He nods solemnly. "You'll scare off ticks and in-laws with that." You thank him, adjust your scarf, and catch your reflection in a puddle. You look okay. Not clean. Exactly. But strategically refreshed. Then comes the real luxury. Brushing your teeth. You chew on a willow twig for a few minutes, using the frayed end like a brush. Frontier folk swore by its antiseptic powers. And besides, it doubles as a snack. A boy near the stagecoach is scrubbing his boots with water from a whiskey bottle. His mother hands him a soap scrap. "Do behind your ears, too, or I'll make you hug your uncle again." He scrubs, hard. You smile. It's a strangely communal moment. Dozens of dusty travelers, scattered across the prairie, dabbing and brushing and rinsing like a caravan of optimistic raccoons. There's no tub, no steam, no lavender sachets, but there is a collective will to feel just a bit more human. And that's enough. You finish with a splash to your face and a final swipe behind your ears. Then dry off with the back of your hat, because you're out of napkins and pride. When the coach horn sounds, everyone loads back in, smelling faintly of mint, vinegar, and determination. Levi leans back and closes his eyes. I tell you, nothing beats a rag bath, except a real one, or falling into a river without drowning. You nod. Because now, despite the dust and the horse smell and the faint throb in your knees, you feel presentable. You feel prepared. You feel like someone who knows that hygiene, in the Wild West, was never about perfection. It was about trying anyway. The wind is softer now, and the sky is tipping into a gentle gold. You've tried every imaginable form of Wild West hygiene, soaked in ranch tubs, ducked in hot springs, survived haunted hotel plumbing, and emerged from ash baths like a dusty phoenix. But tonight, you end your journey the way most folks did in the West, with a bucket bath at home. You find yourself in a small wooden shack just outside town, borrowed from an old widow who rents it for a nickel and a story. You paid in advance with a tale about a frog in a soup pot and a stolen towel. She liked it. The shack is cozy. One cot, one oil lamp, one tin stove. In the corner sits the sacred object, a tin bucket, filled halfway with water heated over the fire. You strip down to your base layers and kneel beside it. There's no dramatic marble tub, no singing rancher, no scented soap shaped like a swan, just the bucket, a rag, and a bar of lye soap that's about as gentle as a bar fight. You dip the rag, wring it out, and begin. Forearms first, then neck, then behind your ears, which now feel like they've been personally insulted by 12 kinds of grit. The water is hot, not scalding, but hot enough to open your pores and remind your muscles that they're still connected. You scrub your chest, your back, your legs, you rinse, you repeat. Outside, a cricket orchestra begins tuning up. The wooden walls creak like old knees settling in. You feel alone, but in a peaceful way, like a pioneer finally home after too many miles and too many suspicious stares at general stores. You pour a final ladle of water over your head. It trickles down like forgiveness. You soap your hair with the lye bar, pretending it's a luxury spa product called Eau de Burn. It doesn't lather much, but it fights. The kind of soap that wins bar brawls and has opinions about hats. Historians still argue whether regular folks in the West bathed weekly, monthly, or when the livestock started judging them. Some records say once a week on Saturdays. Others say once a month if it was payday and they weren't too busy being shot at. You rinse again. Towel off with something that feels like an old potato sack. Then the final step. Clean clothes. Not just fresh, unworn. A loose shirt, linen drawers, socks that don't crunch. You slide them on and feel like a new species. You sit near the stove, skin tingling, hair damp, cheeks warm. And now we slow things down. The oil lamp flickers, casting gentle shadows on the walls. Outside, the crickets settle into rhythm. Inside, your breath softens. Your limbs grow heavy in that pleasant way that says, "You've earned this. You run a hand through your now clean hair. It smells faintly like soap, smoke, and possibility. The bed creaks softly as you ease into it, pulling a quilt up over your chest. Everything is still. Everything is quiet. And everything, just for a moment, feels like enough. You're warm now, clean, content, and quietly glowing from all the scrubbing. The oil lamp hums. The quilt is scratchy but honest, and your fingers smell faintly of pine ash and rosewater. The wind outside carries a distant coyote yip, but you don't mind. You've survived a dozen kinds of baths, and none of them defeated you. Not the frog-infested spring, not the sideways bucket, not even the haunted railroad tub. Your body sinks deeper into the mattress. The wooden walls creak again, but now it's a lullaby, a sleepy whisper of wood and age and peace. You think back on the people you met, ranch hands, bathhouse clerks, old Beasley with his ash barrel, the woman with cucumber water and opinions, all of them doing what they could to feel clean in a world that didn't make it easy. And you did more than survive. You flourished. You scrubbed behind your ears with confidence. You learned to use soap made of lard and faith. So now, you close your eyes. Let your breath slow. Let the stars twinkle behind your eyelids. And drift. Drift like steam rising off a hot spring, like dust blown gently across the prairie, like dreams floating through clean linen. You're safe. You're rested. You're exactly where you're meant to be. Good night, dusty traveler.